Hello, one and all, and welcome to today's EGL Conquest Amateur Cup. My name is Alpha Jackal. I'm going to be by myself for the first round, it looks like. Unfortunately, I was supposed to make it in time. We're still going to bring you a game, Old School versus Golden Nuggets. Two teams which have played quite a few of these tournaments. You know them and love them already. So the bans have already come through. Freya, Kepri, and Yanis Serket. Seems to be one of the more standard bans. Apart from that Freya one, you usually see a let through. It's because the Ao Kuangs, the Sun Wukongs are more relevant in terms of the banning positions. Certainly a lot more favourable in terms of picks. But maybe Old School recognise that Golden Nuggets have a Freya player on their side or don't want to pick the Freya at all. So now Old School, they decided to look into Sun Wukong first pick. Very strong, probably the best solo laner out there right now. Can support incredibly well. Can even jungle. So a great flex pick there. Golden Nuggets they respond with the Ao Kuang and Athena picks. Ao Kuang considered by many to be one of the best junglers out there. Magical damage. Dragon King. Has an execute in his kit as well, which can help him take down the more tankier targets in that solo lane or even the support. Athena locked in as well. Can go support or jungle, maybe even solo to deal with the Sun Wukong. Of option back over to Old School and they lock in Thor and Sylvanas. Sylvanas one of the best supports out there. Can instantly get lane pressure because of his AoE auto attacks. He's given the purple buff, and that leaves that for the duo lane. And Thor, global presence from the jungle with that Anvil of Dawn. Very hard to deal with. You're going to have to buy wards against him. Golden Nuggets are going to respond with a Bellona pick. That means Bellona will probably go to the solo lane, Athena into that supporting role, and the Ao Kuang into the jungle. A good call there coming out from Golden Nuggets. A lot of CC damage. And a bit of peel with the Athena. They're going to need that to try and help this Ao Kuang out in the fights. Bans coming out right now. Shivalonke banned away by the Golden Nuggets. Shivalonke doesn't have the greatest of time in lanes because of his weak clear. Sylvanas helps rectify that because he's the clear king. Old School, they're going to respond with a Medusa ban. Medusa, very strong early, has great wave clear, great poke with that acid spray. And just starts to take over the lane, and great teamfight presence with that Stone Gaze as well. Golden Nuggets, they're hovering over Neath right now. Bit more global presence coming out there from that World Weaver ultimate. Can have a great time in lane with that sustain, and they're going to lock it in. The Unravel allows her to heal up. It's almost impossible to fight the Neath early. Even with a Sylvanas on the enemy team, you can expect Golden Nuggets to have quite a bit of lane pressure. Chronos hold up now by Old School. We're just going to see if this one does get locked in, as it can go ADC, it can go mid as well. Sun Wukong is obviously going to be that solo lane, and looks like Chronos may be your ADC for this game, to hover over a Vulcan as well. Now they're hovering over that Poseidon. Still debating whether they want that Chronos or not to go up against the Neath. They're going to lock into Poseidon for that mid lane, and Chronos does get locked in as well. One of the best tower pushing mages in the game. I think his auto attacks do the most damage to towers with that accelerate passive of his. Golden Nuggets, option back up to them for their final pick. They need a mid laner to go up against this Poseidon, unless Neath is going to go there. Don't know how dangerous Neath can be in that mid lane. Coming up with the final pick right now. I suspect the Agni will not be... No, it is actually going to be picked up. You generally don't see Agnis picked into Poseidon simply because the dash is countered by the cripple of that Whirlpool on Poseidon. But if he doesn't manage to find that Whirlpool, Agni can deal out a lot of damage onto the Poseidon. And it makes it very difficult for Poseidon to land that Kraken of his. He's going to have help from the Thor and the Sylvanas in terms of positioning the fight to get the maximum damage out of that ultimate. So that's going to do it for us for the picks and bans. Be sure to join us after the game after the break when we have the game. Hello everybody and welcome to the first match of the day. It is Old School versus Golden Nuggets. My name is Jackal. And representing Old School, the order side for today, it is Panvich in the solo lane with Sun Wukong, Jet Black in the jungle with Thor, Frizzylicious in the mid lane with Poseidon, that leaves Gaudio and Penguin Pop in that duo lane with the Sylvanas and Kronos. Their opponents are the Golden Nuggets coming out of that Chaos side. It is Minos in the solo lane with Bellona. Next Reality in the jungle with the Alquang. Helios Blaze in the mid lane with the Acne. Leaving Tikid and Wolverine 4-5-4-5 in that dual lane with Athena and Neath. Take a look at the starts. Two different support actors. Blink from the Athena versus the Curse coming out from the Sylvanas. Looking for two different types of aggression there. Looking for the Blink Confound. Setting up a good Spirit Arrow from the Neath. Can find a lot of damage with that shield wall. Firstly, the Sylvanas going to look to get up close to them and then curse them, slowing them down, allowing the Kronos to catch up and hit basically every single one of his basics. They like to start at the mid camps, do Old School, and they're going to have both of them for themselves. That leaves more of the jungle available to them to take down. It does mean that they get to lane in the left-hand side later than they would usually do, meaning they've ceded a bit of pressure early on. But they won't care about that. They have Sylvanas with the purple buff, and they should be able to wrestle that control quite easily. Thor Poseidon going to take the speed buff, same move back into the mid lane. A bit of a miscommunication there. Thor wanted to go for the back camps first. Poseidon saying there's a wave there and they need to get the wave. Exactly what you need to do. You need to get the waves first before the camps. Try not to lose any experience to the tower. Now they're going for the red buff, making sure that all the jungle is down as quickly as possible. Trying to get to level 5 instantly. Don't forget, the second they hit level 5, Poseidon's got access to that Kraken, which can do a lot of damage in the mid lane. And with Thor that helps set it up, it's gonna be a huge amount of damage if Golden Nuggets aren't prepared for it. Next Reality has unfortunately DC'd right now. I believe that's the second pulse coming out right now for Golden Nuggets as they are waiting for their jungler to return. But Transcendence being built on the Neath, looking for that power spike early, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Neath, fantastic early game. Not so great late game, even though she is still an ADC and still does that auto-attack based damage that you will find with crits. And the tower pushing, it's more about that early game you pick her for. You'd look to snowball with the Neath. And to do that, you build a lot of power early. You used to get Heartseeker on her when Heartseeker was 1,790 gold. And used to be a good item before they nerfed it completely. Now you're looking to rush that Transcendence, get all that mana goodness. I'm surprised we didn't see a Bluestone Pendant coming out for Wolverine 4545, however. Affording her some extra poke and extra pressure in the lane could have resulted in an early kill. But then again, getting the Transcendence online as quickly as possible can also merit worth. Thor in the jungle did like to start with that red power potion. He's been doing a lot more damage than you think, especially if he catches out 2 or 3 people together grouped up from an enemy team. Going to have access to his Warrior's Madness passive, giving him 15 extra power per enemy player around him, up to a maximum of 3 enemies. And early on, you are going to feel that. That's an entire item he can get just from being around you, in terms of the amount of power it can bring. And it's going up against the Alquang, generally considered to be one of the most dangerous junglers in the game. Has that invisibility in his water illusion. He can come up behind you, activate his Dragon Call, and just burst you down with that Wildstorm and Dragon Call combination. They did shift some of his damage over onto the Dragon Call from his Wildstorm and increase the cooldown of his Wildstorm by 2 seconds. But it hasn't done much to his playstyle. He just has to get in a bit more dangerously, also attack a bit more than he used to, rather than just relying on the Wildstorm. He still has access to that execute. 30% HP or lower, he is gonna go straight for you. And he is going to take you up to the air and transform into a giant dragon. Gonna be one of the coolest ultimates out there, in my opinion. Unfortunately, Next Reality still hasn't reconnected, so we're gonna cut to a quick break and we'll return when he does. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Unfortunately, Next Reality has not been able to return. Golden Nuggets have used up all their pauses, unfortunately. So we have to play for 4v5 for the rest of the game, until he comes back at least. That is an unfortunate situation. DDoS, no, he's back! He's back! He's okay, he's back! And now the game can continue 5v5 as Takid's getting pulled in that dual lane. It's going to take a lot of damage from the minions. Godio's going to have a return on him, but he doesn't care. He's still bonus. He's got the heal. Time Rift, it's not enough damage. Takid still living. Back over to the mid lane right now, where Jet Black and Frizzylicious, they are almost level 5. And Healer Space, he's got to be very careful. Surprised if Poseidon uses Whirlpool here to clear the wave. He's going to try and save that for the Kraken, I would be imagining. Yes, he is. He's now level 5. He's got Kraken available to him. Here comes Next Reality, level 3. Wonder if he's going to be looking for it. No, they are not. They're going to be going over to the dual lane, at least Thor. No, he's going up in the air. He's going for the mid lane. Frizzylicious coming in for the gank as well. They recognize that they're going for the back camps. Can they find the dunk down from Thor? It's not. He's not close enough. And they're just going to invade on this back Harpies. Like he's still here. He's looking for the damage. He's looking to try and secure the cancer for himself. He doesn't find it, unfortunately. Meteor wasted. I want to talk a bit now about the solo lane matchup between the Sun Wukong and the Bellona. Bellona seems to be getting the better of this matchup right now, despite the fact she doesn't have the wave clear over the Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong could stop the bludgeon damage from coming out with 2 of his 72 transformations. Could knock Minos up with the Ox, or it could stun him with the Tiger. A lot of people will use the Ox simply because it's a lot easier to hit. And it can go through minions. As on the left hand side, we see the defender of Olympus go down for the mid camps. Looks like there's going to be a 3 versus 3 here. Agony and the rest of the members of Golden Nuggets, they have to disengage. You have to give up these left side mid Harpies to Old School. They've got them for the second time this game. I think they got all 4 Harpies again. Pavich forced to use his Somersault Cloud in that solo lane. But really putting on the pressure onto the Sun Wukong, who's out of mana. He has to back. Good double meteors coming out on to Frizzylicious and Jet Black in the mid lane. About half health now is Poseidon. He's going to be fine with that, though. He may elect to back here. No, he's going to go for those back camps instead. Wait on the Thor before he finishes them up. The Sun Wukong, with this Bluestone Pendant in that solo lane, is able to clear the wave relatively easily. He is a bit behind the Bellona in terms of gold and experience. He's managed to catch up now because of that final wave. But he's forced into that early teleport to stay level with the Bellona. Bellona's got one of her own. And it's going to take a lot of damage there from the bludgeon. Eagle's Rider coming out as well. Pavish's ultimate is down. He's going to probably die here. One more attack is going to do it. And Minos finds first blood in that solo lane. Beautifully executed kill there by the solo laner of the Golden Nuggets. And he's going to be rewarded with a blue buff being dropped by Next Reality right now. Transcend is finished for the Neath. Going to be stacking it up quite nicely. Has access to pretty much infinite mana with that item. Going to have to spam spells left, right, and center before she runs out. 3 members for Golden Nuggets in the mid lane. Looking to try and help this Agony out a bit in this early game. Now they're going to go for the red buff. They are going to be spotted on that sentry ward at that top left side jungle. If we hover over it, I think we can see who's placed it. No, they got rid of that feature. We can have a look at wards placed, actually, and determine who placed it there. Wards placed. 4 by Sylvanas, 1 by Athena. That is a Sylvanas ward up there. No one else has placed wards yet. Interesting to see in a game. 5 minutes in, that only the supports have placed wards so far. Especially considering one of the junglers in this game is the Thor for Old School. You expect to have Golden Nuggets placing wards left, right, and center, trying to determine where he's ulting from with that Anvil of Dawn. So Traveler's Shoes coming out now for the Athena. Going to give her some extra gold, getting some extra movement speed with extra HP 5 lost out of combat. The only downside in is the fact that Thor's ulting in the mid lane. Here comes the Kraken as well. It's off the mark. Next Reality gets out for free, and the Tectonic Rift also misses. It's going to be a bad engagement here. 3v3 in the mid lane as it stands. Going to back off now to Kid. Has got the preemptive strike charged up, ready to go in and confound if needs be. Next Reality, he's going back into Tentacle to try and heal up after taking a bit of damage from that Kraken. Alright, so Mid Harpy is going to be rewarded there to the Thor, whose 2 ults so far haven't been that impressive. Both have been lackluster, to say the least. We're going into the solo lane. Minos is zoning out the Sun Wukong in the jungle. Meanwhile, on left hand side, mid Harpies. Rathatar coming out, hitting 2 people. Next reality is in the backline. It's going to get Whirlpool. Here comes Execute for the Alquag. Finds Frizzylicious. Wonder if he's going to land back down onto Jeblag. There goes Confound. He's landing straight on with Path of Flames. Next reality finds the double kill. Beautifully executed. Engaged there for Golden Nuggets as they take a 3-0 lead over Old School. Next reality finds the double kill there. He's going to feel pretty good about that. It's given him parity with the Thor, and it means that DC is now null and void. Looking to try and get a level in the experience department now is the Alquang. Missed out on quite a few mid camps. Old School have had control of that for the entirety of the game. But I expect Golden Nuggets now to have a bit more pressure, at least in those fights. A matchup we don't see that often in this dual lane is the Kronos versus the Neath, as we do find a double taunt. It's not going to last for that long. I believe Tikid's leveling up the shield wall. And it's actually leveling up the shield wall and the Confound at the same time. Strategy that you do see on Fenrir. Thor is going up into the air once more. We're looking for the Neath. And beautiful backflip to stop the stun coming out for that Avalon Dawn. Double tap is going to hit, but it's going to be mitigated by the Defender of Olympus. We're seeing it engage onto Pigment Pop. Going to find a lot of damage, but it is stunned out. Is the Neath. Good route, and it's forced to rewind, but it's not in time. Wolverine finds the kill behind the minions. Pigment Pop falls. Couldn't get the ultimate off in time. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yet again, this Thor ult from Jeblag has been off the mark. Admittedly, that time backflip from the Neath did save him, even if it was going to hit. Thor has to start finding these ultimates on point if he has any hopes of trying to get his team ahead in this game. Right now, if we take a look at the graphs, Golden Nuggets, they do have a 700 experience difference and a 1,400 gold lead. It's not that much. It's not insurmountable. It's early game, so they're all fine for it. Is there a Gold Fury attempt going on right now? Oh, Golden Nuggets, they're testing it. They're going to turn onto the Spotters instead. It's a 4-man gank, and he is just obliterated by the Meteors from Helios Blaze. Golden Nuggets beautifully baited there. Now they could be rewarded with a Gold Fury. Poseidon is in the area. He's going to get caught out here by the World Weaver ultimate. Frizzylicious is going to take a lot of damage here. Kraken beautifully edges there by Helios Blaze. The next reality finds the kill with the Execute, the Dragon King of the Eastern Seas. And now Golden Nuggets, they're going to get a Gold Fury for their troubles as they extend their lead once more. Having a look at the graphs experience difference, 1,382. Gold difference now just shy of 3,000. This game is paused by Panvich as Frizzylicious has DC'd, unfortunately. And they're starting to fight a lot better right now, our Golden Nuggets. They've got their team fight coordinated. They baited the Gold Fury twice. Once to get Gaudio in to try and kill the support to stop the knock-up from Rathaterra stealing the Gold Fury. And then next time to stop the Kraken stealing the Gold Fury by baiting it to Poseidon. They did expend 2 ultimates to kill the Poseidon, but it's always worth it, especially when you get the Gold Fury afterwards. I have to say, Minos in that solo is doing a fantastic job of staying ahead of this Sun Wukong and has built up quite a lead, over 1,000 gold in the lead. Frizzylicious has reconnected an Old School. They are going to unpause as we're back in the game. Midcamps are about to spawn. And I believe that those ones are going to be going to Golden Nuggets for the first time. Setting up for the left ones at this point. Thor's speed buff is still up. He's making his way towards it now. Being pinged out by Sylvanas right now are the members of Golden Nuggets. And they're going to get these mid-caps quite comfortably. He's going to poke his head around the corner. Ooh, he's might get caught out by the Alquag again. No, he's not going to go that deep. He's going to take out the ward at the Gold Fury instead. Right side mid-camp's also going the way of the Golden Nuggets. Speeds here over the wall from the Agni will get that mid-camp with the Athena there as well. Blink and Foul coming out, but it's not going to be followed up by anything but miscommunication there coming out for the Golden Nuggets. Tikid and Helios Blaze having different ideas about what to do there. 4 members of Old School in the left-hand side of the map. As we do see Bologna's making a slight rotation, looking to try and invade on anything that she can. Does have access to the Mystical Bale, that ticking magical damage, going to be helping her a lot in this wave clear in this lane, and also with boxing it out the Silvercog as in the dual lane. Wolverine taking a lot of damage. Gonna get taunted away right now as Jet Black is gonna try and save the life. Penguin Pop's gonna die for this. Gonna find the kill. Gonna get stunned out by the Wolverine, but it is not enough damage. Penguin Pop finds the kill, manages to rewind in time and gets out of the tower range. Stasis mode right now activated as we do catch back up. That was a great kill there by Old School. And here comes next reality. He's looking for a return kill. Notice the rewind is down from Penguin Pop. He's going to look for it. It's going to get stunned out here. Wrath of Terror also coming out. The Confound is not on the market. There it is. Looking for the execute out. Next reality doesn't find a Jet Black. Finds another kill for Old School as they're looking to turn on to the kid. Now it's trying to bring it to strike. Does get away, but is it enough? A time rift is off the mark. They're still chasing. Acting trying to stop, but beautiful beats. Here comes Poseidon and Helios places 1 versus 4. Can he find a kill before he inevitably finds his demise? He's looking for it. Defender of Olympus coming back down is Athena. Doors coming back into the fight as well, looking for the taunt. There it is. Minos is also here. Is looking for the Israeli over the wall. Doesn't find anybody with it. Frizzalicious is in a bit of trouble. Here comes Wolverine as well. Getting an auto attack. There goes for Crack. The Crack is on himself, but Helios finds the kill. Pavich finds the return kill. Meanwhile, Minos does find a kill onto the Kronos in that duo lane. Huge team fight there. Golden Nuggets coming out on top later on. I think that was a 3 for 3 overall. Kraken on top of Poseidon, in top of himself. He's now 0-3-1 is Frizzalicious. Not having the greatest of games, has been focused quite heavily in the fights. And did get baited once at the Gold Fury. Make huge rotations for the solo laners, finding a kill of their own each. Blona obviously does have that first blood to her name as well. The blue buffs right now are going to be taken by both solo laners to return back to Solo Island. Wukong, how much gold in hand has he got? He's got 1,280 gold in hand. Still over 150 gold away from finishing out Mystical Mail. He's just got up to 1,430. Can back after this wave to get that item. Thor crashing down on the mid lane once more, but nobody is there. Anvil of Dawn down once more for another minute. And they gotta know that they can be happy with that. Mid-camps on the right side being taken once more. Next reality doing a fantastic job on this Alcon. 3-1-1. Got the macro talent and the shoots in the match out online with the blink and beats as well. He's gonna be very safe in these fights and very dangerous in terms of the amount of damage he can output. Frizzalicious already built up that Warlock Sash. Gonna get 100 stacks on an item. I believe it's about 75, 80 stacks is one. It becomes gold efficient compared to the ethereal staff. So he's going to have a bit of time stacking it up. 13.5 minutes. It's a good time to get it online. It's sort of close to the edge of that 15-minute mark, at which point you go, right, just go into ethereal staff. It's going to be much more worth it. You're not going to be able to stack up the Warlock Sash in time. Do you see a blink on Guardio on that Sylvanas? Blink Wrath of Terror, one of the most frustrating engages in the game. As it's a giant AoE knock-up that he's CC immune for. You can't stop it. But the ADC battle continues. Big Pop is going to be losing all these trades as well. Does have the heal available to him with that Accelerate, but it's nothing compared to the heal of the Neath and the auto attack damage coming out for that Soul Eater and Transcendence combination. Gold Fury has spawned. Both wards on it right now belong to the Golden Nuggets. Sylvanas, he needs to go back and buy some right now. Penguin Pop has Essential Water in his inventory, as does Guardio now. Next reality, he's going to be there. They're going to look to be doing this. Gold Fury once more are Golden Nuggets. They recognize that Sylvanas has backed on top of those wards. Teleporting in was Minos, and they're going to be taking this almost for free. Kronos finished it out. He knows it's going down. 5 members are here already. Penguin Pop is looking to try and get the steal. Can he find it? Disengage between Golden Nuggets to destroy Gold Fury, and Penguin Pop is going to be engaged. Well, 4-man, 5-man Wrath of Terror beats out beautifully. Here comes the Anvil of Dawn, Defender of Olympus going on to Minos. This Jet Black does fall to him. Kraken coming down, but beautifully aged out by Helios Blaze. They're going to engage right now. Also going to looking for more damage, looking for Wolverine. Stun over the wall, going to find some disengagement coming out there for Golden Nuggets. Poseidon, he wants to continue the fight though. Panvich is here as well, ready to tank the tower if they want to go deep. Was stunned out by that Spirit Arrow from underneath, and that's going to spell the disengage. Finding a kill and the Gold Fury in that fight were Golden Nuggets. And that's a huge amount of worth, a huge gold swing in their favor once more as they can just continue to take control of this game. Have a look at the graphs. 3,700 next reality actually forced the Penguin Pop in that duo lane. Trying to find a gank of his own. Doesn't manage to find it. Actually misses the execute. And then gets turned around by Penguin Pop. As I said, going back to the graphs, it's now a 3,000 experience difference, 4,000 gold difference. And they're going to be pretty happy with this, how this match is going right now, Golden Nuggets. They do have a lot of damage on their side. We've got to be careful of the late game unkillability on Panvich and the late game damage coming out from the Kronos. Not to mention this, Sylvanas is going to be helping them with their siege potential when it comes to taking down towers and Phoenix's late game in the 5v5s. Poseidon, 22 stacks on that Warlock Sash already. He's been stacking that up quite nicely. Door landing in the mid lane. They're looking for an engage here. Healer's Blaze has used that dash already, but confounded out his Jet Black. Gonna get stunned on the tower. Return damage. Tower shot not enough. Unfortunately, the Jet Black gets out with his life. As I was saying, Poseidon, 22 stacks on the Warlock Sash. He's stacking that up quite nicely. He still needs to find more of the stacks, though, to get this item online. And worth it's got 28 now. It's going quite quickly, to be fair. Right, the supports have got into slightly different builds. Both of them have got the Traveler's Shoes as well as the Watcher's Gift. But because of the fact that there's a Kronos ADC and magical damage coming out from that Hunter roll to Kid, it's elected to go into the Hardward Amulet first, giving us some protections from that Kronos. It's an item that you'll see built first, only when there's a Kronos or Freya ADC. You sure don't see any other magical ADCs, maybe Vulcan. But that certainly seems to have fallen out of favour unless your name is Snoopy. He's gone to the mid lane, hasn't he? Heavy Hammer being built right now on the Bologna does have access to the Igval 10. Physical penetration, 30% attack speed. You can see it doing work right now. Here comes next reality for a gank onto Pavich. Is already down to half health. Thor is going up into the air on that solo. They're going to be looking to land underneath, landing way off the mark. But does find a good wall. Ages beautifully by Wolverine for the double tap damage. And the Venom Loop is coming down, and Wolverine's going to get out with his life. And the Dawn is down for another 50 seconds. And Wolverine, he's got that Aegis available to him as well as the beads. Looking to just stay safe in all these ganks. It does mean that if the team wants a Heavenly Agility to help them engage and get around the fights quicker, they're going to have to build onto either the Bologna or onto Takid on the Athena. And to be honest, I'd like to see Athena get a shell instead, help mitigating the damage of the Kraken, of Kronos basic attacks, and of that Wrath of Terror is going to be huge in the fights. Sealer's Blaze finds a double kill in the mid lane, a huge dive there from the members of Golden Nuggets. It was a blink confound from Athena, finds a double taunt. No, just finds a taunt onto Helios Blaze, and then that's all she wrote as a huge amount of bombs come down. He'll got more damage onto Big Pop. He does beat away the stun from Helios Blaze. It's going to get confounded out right now by Athena, but it's behind the minions, so the shield was going to do nothing. Next reality is in jungle. He's waiting for the gank opportunity. He's waiting for the Kronos to push up, but he's not going to push up at all. Wolverine finds Goldio underneath the tower, diving hard there. It's the level 17 Neath over the level 11 Sylvanas. It's going to get the tower for free. Sylvanas trying his best to defend the tower against the Neath. Can't just can't do it. You're going to get found out by the backflip. We have a look at the player damage right now. Neath is sitting at the very top. 11,950 damage done by the Golden Nuggets ADC. Followed up by Helios Blaze and then Minos, sitting round about 9k each. It's a huge goal. It's a huge damage differential as there's an engagement in the solo lane on this blue buff. Next, Pavich is going up. It's some sort of cloud. Frisilicious is here. Jet Black's in the air. Who's going to land down? He's going to be looking for next reality. He does find it, but the beats were good. The Eagles Running was even better to stop the spin to win. They're going to be looking for Minos now, who's got the Defender of Olympus ready, and Waste's got him. One more auto attack. Does find Jet Black. Kraken coming down, but it's not enough. Wrath of Terror. They're going to be looking for Takid now. They're piling in on him, and next reality has come back into the fight. Triple taunt coming out right now. And can they find the kill? No, they cannot. It's a disengage, unfortunately, after a huge re-engage by Takid. A lot of ultimates expended in that fight. Next Reality still has his available to him. Golden Nuggets have destroyed the Gold Fury in the meantime. Agni and Neith responding beautifully to the huge engagement in that solo lane. Agni couldn't rotate at the same speed as the Poseidon without sacrificing some of his damage in that Path of Flames. So elected to stay instead and help Neith take down that Gold Fury, protect the Neith from Penguin Pop on that Kronos. That's exactly what he did. And Minos is already level 20. The first level 20 in the game has been doing extraordinary work. 4-0-0 on the Bellona. Hasn't died. It's just been absolutely dominating this lane right from the start of that first blood. Rotations have been on point as well. He's got the Frostbound Hammer ready and available to use. Running slows for attack speed and movement speed to anybody who she auto attacks for 2 seconds. And it's a nightmare to deal with. Next Reality, we've got the Polynomicon online. It's going to be going into the Soul Reaver next, I believe. It's a build that we've seen very often on quite a lot of Alquang jungles. You go into Poly, go into Soul Reaver, you activate your Dragon Call, then your Wildstorm, and you just one-shot somebody. It is a disgusting build. And one which sort of lends itself to why Alquang is banned so much. The amount of damage coming out from that combo is so absurd. Shell is being built up on the Athena, got a rank 1 already. Going to be mitigating damage from the Kraken, the Wrath of Terror, and the Kronos ADC auto attacks. Looking for an engage right now on to the right-hand side. 5 members of Golden Nuggets, they're grouped up, they're ready to fight. The blinking over the wall is Athena, finds the Confound onto Prince Delicious. They're going to be looking for this damage here. I'll quick blink over the walls as well. Killer's Place finds the kill, they're going to execute Guardio as well. Next Reality finds the kill. Door dunking down, bit too late there. 3 members of Old School remain because Pavage trying to frontline as best as he can. Mid tower does fall. The next Reality, he's gone back in. And he's 4 members here. Taunt is not on the mark. Pavage has gone into the air in time. Penguin Pop can't get his rewind off in time though. Wolverine finds the kill. Silver Cloud has been used. Gemblack, one more auto attack will do it to Kid. Does find it. Pavage, he's by himself. And Healer's Place finds the kill for the Dia side for Golden Nuggets. They're going to get this tier 2 in mid. They may like to go for the Phoenix, or they could go for the Fire Giant. No, they're going to go for the mid Phoenix. Looking for that extra lane pressure with those Fire Minions. Guardio, the only member alive. Got to wait 6 seconds more for Old School's Frizzylicious to come back up. And now Golden Nuggets, they're going to retreat into the right side jungle. And you know what that means? Fire Giant time, baby. Let's go. Golden Nuggets, 5 members of them. They got a lot of damage, especially with the Alquang and Agni doing immense amount of damage with the Spear of the Magus proccing on that Fire Giant constantly thanks to the Alquang. And they're going to be doing this right now. Alquang's on zoning duty, it seems. But there's nothing to zone. They're just going to get this one up, Old School. They have to. They cannot fight this as just the 2 of them. And Golden Nuggets, they destroyed the Gold Fury. Well, they destroyed the Fire Giant. Sorry. Gold Fury's the other side of the map. 18,348 experience difference. 14.4k gold difference. Golden Nuggets, they are looking very strong in this game and look poised to take it. Just the right side tier 2 remains in terms of towers. Left side tier 2 also remains. Phoenix is still up as well in those lanes. And to show you the strength of Golden Nuggets right now, not one single tower of theirs has fallen yet. Old School still have to find every single tower. And then every single Phoenix, if they want to find this game and turn it around. A lot of gold on the map for Old School still to find because of those towers still up. But they've got to group up. They've got to fight into a Fire Giant into Golden Nuggets. And it's not something you want to do. You don't want to be fighting into the Fire Giant unless it's defending at a structure. I'm pushing up the left-hand side right now. Our Golden Nuggets, 3 members of them there. Agni and the Alquang just joining now. Excuse me. And now they're pushing up, looking for this Phoenix. Imagine Alquang's going to be standing on the outskirts, just waiting for a chance to go in and get an execute on a target. Bellona ready to frontline, ready to engage with our Eagles rally. Takeda is also ready to engage as Alquang's goes straight in onto Jet Black. Beats have been used, and there goes the ability to get away. But that's created enough space for the rest of the members of Golden Nuggets to find the left side Phoenix. There goes the engage right now. Pavage forced to use the Somersault Cloud to get away from a lot of danger. Thor landing straight back down into the well. Next round, he's in that stealth. He's going to be looking for Penguin Pop. Finds a lot of damage with just the Wildstorm Dragon Core combination that we were talking about earlier. Rewind, it's not enough. Wolverine finds the kill before the Rewind gets off. He's already engaged. 2 members have been stunned. Priscillicious also falls in the fight. Porting away right now is Jet Black's going to take a lot of damage. And next round, he finds him before he can heal up from the fountain. The surrender man has started. Titan, 5,000 health. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, and that is it. Golden Nuggets have won this game. They advance to the next round. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to Old School who do get knocked out. And that's going to do it for us for this game. Be sure to join us after the break. We will have yet another game for you. Hello, one and all, and welcome to our second live game today. It is Massive Rovers versus Team Danknitis. My name is Alpha Jackal. I'm still casting alone, sad face. But right now, the bans are coming through. Kepri, obvious ban. Suket, obvious ban. What if we're going to see two more obvious bans? I believe that they would be Alkwong and Yanis. No, Athena's going to be banned out as well. Not really a ban you see that often these days, considering gods like Geb and Sylvanas are more highly valued. But the flex pick that she does offer in the fact that she can go jungle and solo as well, maybe why that ban is coming through over the likes of Bellona, over the likes of Yanis, over the likes of the Sylvanas that we just mentioned. Ice is going to be banned away by Team Danknitis. They don't want to deal with the control that mid lane mage brings to the table. The silences, the circles of protection, the spirit balls, she can shift and move the enemy team around the fight in ways that they don't want to be. Sun Wukong still available, and that's going to be a first pick for Massive Rovers. He didn't do too well last game, got manhandled by the Bellona quite heavily, to be fair, in a matchup which Sun Wukong generally does well in. Obviously just didn't have the greatest of starts. He's going to be locked in anyway. Team Danknitis taking a respond with a Yanis pick. Everyone's saying he's the top mid laner right now, and I cannot find a reason to say no to that. Hypermobility, a lot of damage. Isn't really that much that's wrong with him, apart from the fact that his ultimate isn't really that damaging until late game, in which case then just obliterates you. Instead, his ultimate's more about mobility, and helps gods like Alkwong get in the fights more easily, and he's going to be locked in. Alkwong, after receiving those damage adjustments, has seen more competitive play. A lot of people think he's now a bit more manageable, a bit more able to be brought down in fights. I think so. He still does everything that he used to do before. It's just a bit more of it's on his dragons now rather than the Wild Storm, and he can't do it as often to the tune of 2 extra seconds he's got to wait. Massive Rovers, they need to pick a couple of gods themselves right now. They're going to look in the Thor, and they need one more pick to come up. They're hovering over the Neath right now, who did have a great showing last game. And they are going to lock that in. Can go mid, can also go ADC if they really want to put her there. They can even put Sun Wukong in support or the jungle and make Neath go solo. It's only a different pick coming out here from Massive Rovers, but all the signs point to Thor jungle, Sun Wukong solo, Neath ADC, as Sylvanas gets locked in for Team Danknitis in what seems to be a team built around some of the best gods in the positions. Coming up right now are the next set of bans. Geb going to be banned away by Team Danknitis. A lot of supports taken off the table already. Sylvanas been picked up. Geb banned. Kepri banned. Athena banned. I mean, we're going to have to go into the sub-tier supports, your Ares, your Ymirs, your Bacchuses, maybe even your Kumbhakanas. Gods that you don't really want to pick unless you're forced to. You still should have it in those gold pool though, because you do have situations like this where you're not picking support early, and then you have to pick up one of those gods. Hercules going to be banned away by Massive Rovers. Don't want the sustain pressure coming out from that front lining warrior. It just sets up so much for his team with that Earthbreaker Driving Strike combination. Medusa being hovered up by Team Danknitis in what has got to be the scariest dual lane aside from Athena Medusa. The push coming out from Sylvanas Medusa is just absolutely unreal. I think to beat that, they have to draft the Neath and Ymir to have any sort of chance. But even then, Ymir just gets obliterated. They're going to hover over Kumbhakana for their support as that Medusa does get locked in. And they still need a mage to be picked up right now to go up against the Yanis. Ice is gone, Poseidon's still available. Cripple can stop him going through the walls without expending his ultimate. Can also pick up the Agni, try to stun him before he gets to the walls. The Kumbhakana is great on a team with low CC. They're going to lock him in a high damaging support. He got more damage built onto his kit. And they're going to lock in the Agni as well to complete their lineup. Team Danknitis, they need one more pick of their own. They need a solo laner to go up against this Sun Wukong. With Hercules being banned away, I wonder who they're going to elect to draft. They may look to go into the Osiris. Could even go up against... Could even go with a Shark. Chuck, a god that doesn't really do that much, but one thing he does do, he doesn't lose lane. So if you really want to just keep Sun Wukong from snowballing, a Shark is a good pick. Osiris does a lot more, though. Instead, they're going to hover over Guan Cena, and he's going to get locked in. A Guan Yu pick in that solo lane. Been a while since we've seen one of those, and I personally love it. It's a battle of the Bluestone Bandits in that solo lane. It's going to be a battle of the Bruisers as well. Better sustain coming out from that Guan Yu. He can get stunned out in the Tallow Assault by the Tiger Stun. He has to hide behind the minions to make sure that doesn't happen, and then he may have the better time in this lane. But that's going to do it for us for the picks and bets. Be sure to join us after the break with the actual game. Welcome, one and all. It is Massive Rovers versus Team Dagnitis in our third game of the day. Hope you're all good and ready to go. Actually, that's our second game of the day, isn't it? Oh, silly me. But anyway, Massive Rovers, they're being represented by Jashon in the solo lane with the Sun Wukong, Tenza Zangetsu in the jungle with Thor, Ahmed53 in the mid lane with Agni, that leaves Swetos and Kylon in that duo lane with Kumbhakana and Neath. Their opponents are Team Danknitis. You know him, you love him. There's Sir Duckbot in the solo lane with one Cena. D Freddy in that jungle role with the Ao Kwang. Feels John Cena man in that mid lane with the Yanis. And Ready Level plays and Squid in the dual lane with the Sylvanas and Medusa. I think I notice straight away Soulstone on Feels John Cena man's Yanis. He's not going to have access to a lot of HP or health regen. He's going to have a lot of mana regen, especially with the Lost Artifact, giving him an extra MP5. He's going to have a lot lower of a health pool, and against an Agni, that could be a lot of trouble. If he gets Path of Flames and then Flame Wave straight away, he can take most of his health. He's going to have to rely on these two health potions that he's got, and an early rotation from Ao Kwang to stay alive in this lane. Being coming out of the Chaos side, he is going to be getting to lane first. That's going to be important. Especially against the Agni, who will have his Path of Flames. Yes, he does. He's going to have to use it. He's going to take a lot of damage from the archers there. Just trying to get in position. And then the poke from the Unstable Vortex as well. That's a lot to take early on. Sylvanas and Medusa, they've gotten to the dual lane quite quickly. Very quickly, in fact. They're just going to be zoning as best as possible against the Kumbhakana and the Neath. Medusa having that Bluestone Bending gives her extra poke from that acid spray. And it just means that if they do manage to get a plug onto somebody, they're going to take so much damage. And they need to get this Kumbhakana passive off early. Oh, Backflip's going to be stopped by the Nature's Grasp. Finding a lot of damage with the acid spray there. As Duckbot does actually die in first blood to Jashon in that solo lane. Not something you would like, not something you see every day. There's a one-seater falling that quickly. Just takes a lot of aggro from the minions and falls because of the damage coming out from the Sun Wukong. And that means Sun Wukong has got the pressure in this lane. First blood gives him an extra 500 gold over top of the Guan Cena. In the mid lane, see Massive Rovers, Thor and Agni. They're just going to tend to this wave. Might hit level 5 off this. No, they're going to hit level 5 off the back camps and then a couple more minions. So is Thor going to make a rotation over to this dual lane very early? They're suddenly looking for the pressure to be reduced. I think Team Dagnitis, they recognize the rotation coming out from Massive Rovers. They're just going to back off. Feels John Cena Man and D Freddy. They're going to look for a rotation of their own. I wonder if they're going to be able to find anything. Because right now, Massive Rovers, they aren't pushing up in this dual lane at all. Sweetos on the Kumbhakana. I think there's something going on. Red level plays blinking in. Counter blink coming out from Sweetos. And that, through space and time, is going to be wasted. Unfortunate use there of the through space and time. And now in the mid lane, just Yanis by himself, facing down against Agni and Thor. Going back to the solo lane matchup. We said it before we went to the break that Sun Wukong can stop Talon Assault if he gets the Tiger Form stun off. He can't use the Ox Form as he's going to use immune to knockups during that Talon Assault. So he's got to use the Tiger Stun. But that probably allowed him to stop the Talon Assault, allowed minion aggro to go straight onto Sir Duckbot, and even with the heal coming out of his Conviction, it's just not enough to deal with the Bluestone Pendant. This is something more trying his best to clear the way, but it's not good enough. Jashon on Sun Wukong taking a huge lead in this lane, 2 levels ahead. As he engage on the left-hand side, Wrath of Terror coming out. Sweetos actually finds Squid for the second kill for Massive Rovers. Huge engagement coming out there. Thor comes crashing down. And that's all she wrote for the Medusa. Render level plays tried to use the Terror for a disengage, but it was not enough. Spirit Arrow was also, World Weave was also used, sorry, by the Neath. So that's 2 ultimates used to get yet another kill. Right side mid camps go the way of Team Daggonitis. They need to find more than just mid camps. They need to try and find some kills of their own to get back into this game. As left side mid camps, they're going to fall to massive rovers. It's strange that we haven't seen that much of the Ao Kuang yet. 0-0-0 hasn't died yet, hasn't got involved in really any fights. If we take a look at the player damage right now, you can see that Ao Kuang's done 0 already. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to the game. He hasn't even touched anybody. Agni's done 9 damage, Kumbhakana's done 10. They haven't really done that much as well. Most of the damage has come from the Medusa and the Sun Wukong. The Medusa having that damage because of all that acid spray and the Bluestone Pendant. Similar to how Sun Wukong would get his damage. But right now, mid lane going to get cleared out by random level players and D Freddy. Feels John Cena, man. He can't get there in time. Three members of Team Daggonitis. They're going to be surrounding the Gold Fury. They're going to be warning it up. They may look for an engagement here as 2 members of Master Robes, they are pushing up quite heavily. Team Freddy is coming up from behind. Here comes the blink from the turret. It's going to hit no one. Great backflip and blink from Sweetos. And become going to try and stop Team Freddy from going on to the ADC. Here comes through space of time as well, looking for the execute on to Sweetos. But he's not going to fall in because of his passive. Cylon does fall to Squid. And Squid does get the double kill onto the Kumbhakana as well. Going back down, straight onto the Agni is Freddy. There's not going to be a lot of damage. They're going to turn their sights to Gold Fury right now. Our Team Daggonitis. And they are going to look like they're going to take it. Less Thor can get in there. Great triple stuff from Agni. Going to find right level plays with the World Weave ultimate. Yes, they are! And they're looking for engage right now. Ooh, Agni taking a lot of damage from the Gold Fury. He's going to take too much. Here comes the Ao Kuang as well with the Wildstorm. Finds the kill. And now it's just a Thor by himself. Here comes Kumbhakana trying to think that the Ao Kuang was around the corner. He was not. So Wukong is here as well. Gold Fury does not fall to anybody as a 1-for-1 trade after the fact. Oh, but the Gold Fury is being started out right now by Massive Rovers. They do have their Hunter back up and ready to fight. They're rotating in. Feels John Cena, man, the only member of Team Daggonitis available to defend this. The rest of them backed. Can he get a kill here? He's looking for the banish. Somebody's going to get turned on right now. Massive Rovers have destroyed the Gold Fury and feels John Cena has to get out of there. Big win there for Massive Rovers as they find yet another win. Team Freddy looking for a kill to Jashon. Going to use the Somersault Cloud to get him out of danger. Hit behind him in his well there. But Sir Dirkbot on the Guan Yu. He's by himself in that solo lane. He didn't rotate. He's looking for a lot of tower pressure. Getting some more farm. Has actually started to pull ahead in experience, but is still behind in gold because he gave it that first blood. Right side mid camps fall to Team Daggonitis. Stun off the mark. They were looking for an engage right now. Are the members of Team Daggonitis? It's a 3v3 in the mid lane, but I do have to give the advantage to the members of Massive Rovers. They have great setup for triple Agni Meteors. As a good Nature's Grasp finds the Thor, he's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to go into the air. Sweetos going to fall here to the Mighty Dog, and that is D Freddy engaging right now. And keep pausing straight out as Dag Sweet has made his rotation. Thor does fall as well to a double kill for D Freddy. They're going to claim the left side mid camps. Mr. Ahmed, you need to get out of there, son. He's actually going to look for a lot of damage back onto the Ao Kuang. Good stun. And his passive means that he's instantly out of that invisibility. But 3 to 5 read the kills. We take a look at the graphs. Despite the fact that Massive Rovers have a gold Fury, they are behind 2,500 experience. And the gold is pretty much completely even. Only 100 gold in it. And a 3-man split of the purple buff on the side of Team Daggonitis. Right now the builds, both members of the solo lane have built that Mystical Mail, and the slap fight continues. It's going to be impossible for them to kill each other. Mystical Mail from the Sun Wukong is actually helping out Sir Dirkbot with the heal. He's going to get a lot more use out of that passive. As each instance of damage he takes, he's actually forced to use the cavalry charge there. He's going to turn right back on Talon Assault straight away. Somersault Cloud being forced by Mr. Jashon. And the slot fight will continue after that as both members go ahead and heal up. Back over in the duo lane. Neath has got the Transcendence, is building up into a Soul Eater, I would imagine. Meanwhile, Squid has already got the Warrior Turbine and Soul Eater online. Despite the fact he's 100 gold behind. So interesting to see that the graph is completely even for gold, but the experience difference does go in favor of Team Danknitas by quite a margin. 2,600 is not something to balk at. It seems that most of that experience difference has gone on to the supports and the mid lane, more specifically. The gold difference as well seems to be quite in favor in terms of the supports for Randy level plays on that Sylvanas. Has found more rotations, has found better engagements with that Wrath of Terror. And he's headed gold simply because of this travel issues. As here comes Steve Freddy looking for an engage. Blink is off the mark. He gets stunned out there. Mid-level plays. Strike for the Nation Scraps doesn't find anything with that block. And the right side mid-camps, they're going to go straight to the way of 3 members of Team Danknitas. Swatos on this Kumbhakali. He wants to try and find something. He's going to be able to find that Sir Duckbot's made his rotation over, as well as Jashon on that Sun Wukong. Could see an engagement here on the right-hand side of the mid-camps. Thor is trying to look for a place to go up in the air. Not going to find anything in terms of an engagement. But the Hunter matchup, we do see Medusa versus Neath. Medusa famed having great early pressure. So blink over the wall in the mid lane. Epic uppercut straight on to... No, actually, no uppercut. Getting out of dodge is D Freddy. As I was saying, going back to that ADC matchup between the Neath and the Medusa. Medusa famed for having great early game. There's a blink, 3-man Wrath of Terror in the middle of our Randy level players. They're going to go straight on to Swatos. And a good disengage actually through space. And time isn't enough. Ahmed does fall. Swatos is going to go being eaten up by the Mighty Darkham. But he's got his passive up. You don't get a kill there, D Freddy. And Red Level Plates is going to take that for himself. The through space of time was big then. The Uncivil Vortex found the kill for Fields John Cena, man. And now that's 7 kills to Team Danknitas. Gold Fury is close to spawning right now. Leave it on a 10 second cooldown before that is ready to be taken down again by any member. There it goes, it's flashing now, and there goes Bay landing down into that pit of gold. Medusa has a great early game. Neath probably has a better one. Thor comes crashing down, actually misses the Medusa, does find a tectonic stun, but it's on the wrong side of the wall. Stone Gaze beats it away there, and Spirit Arrow is going to be off the mark. Squid dodging that gank without even realizing it was coming, really. Red Level Player is coming for a gank of its own. Nature's Grasp beautifully plugged there is Neath. Going to force a backflip right there. Acid Spray is good, trying to get close. Here comes Field Strong Cena Man with the slow from that threshold. 3 members there, trying to find the killer to climb, but they're not going to find it. D Freddy and 2 members of Massive Rubbers are here as well. Just means that the 2 solo lanes are the only person anywhere near the mid lane. They're in the right side of the map, actually. Ward coverage going the way of Team Danknitas as they look to pressure down this tier 1. Agni's going to be caught out here possibly. No, it's D Freddy's turn to be caught out, taking a lot of damage there. Let's try away. Good use of the water illusion, but here comes an epic uppercut. Does it find the kill? It actually does! A lot of damage right now. Play's going to get stunned up by the World Reeve, and they're going to look for the support. 3-man Wrath of Terror could spell the disengage here through space and time, and they're going to get out because of the mobility from the Yanis. And the Goldfree is actually going to be stunned up once more where Massive Rovers, 3 members of Team Danknitas are in the area being best out. Massive Rovers do find the Goldfree. It's too little, too late for Team Danknitas. Random Place going through the portal in the wall. And once more, Massive Rovers find their second Gold Fury of the game. As they bring back the gold difference to pretty much even. The experience difference still in favor of Team Danknitas. Guan Yu in that solo lane right now. He's 0-1-0. Hasn't really done much since giving up that first blood, except for push. He's 2 levels ahead of the Sun Wukong, who has been rotating a lot more to these fights. And because of that, he's lost the tier 1 tower being stunned right now, Sir Duckbot. And he's just going to use the dash and the heal from Conviction to get away. Freddy is also in the area. Can't really gank onto Jashon with that Mystic Bell. It's going to be looking for the Thor. It does find a lot of damage. The Dragon will actually find a kill. It's now a 2v1. Thor getting absolutely obliterated by the Dragon called Wild Storm there. Huge amount of damage in that solo lane. Engagement on the blue buff as well. Freddy taking a lot of damage. Clear stun. So going on to that cavalry charge. Swaytos going to be looking for a mess. Does find the epic uppercut as well. But Forward is Ahmed's going to find the kill with the bomb. So Darkbot, he's going to get stunned out here. Going to get the threshold to help him get away from danger. Through space of time was also used by Phil's John Cena, man. Right now, it's a bit of a lull in the action. I'm just having a look at the builds right now. 2 sets of beads coming out right now for Massive Rovers, as well as a Blink. It only beats 1 right now, meaning the D Freddy and Fields John Cena Man and all the CC coming out from Team Dagnatas hasn't really been felt that much by Massive Rovers. On the other side, Team Dagnatas with a slight lead, have got quite a few actives. Blink coming out across the board. 3 members of them have them. One on Yanis, most surprisingly. And one of the safest God in the game. He's got elected to go Blink. What you're going to be seeing out of this, he's going to turn it into a regular Blink. He's going to Blink in Unstable Vortex and use the portals to get out. Use the 3 space and time to engage. Use another Unstable Vortex or portal again to get out. Once more. It's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with him. Especially considering he's got his maximum cooldown reduction online, Intrusive Focus, and Chronos Pendant. We're kind of hitting the ward twice and allowing Clone on that need to get the minion, get the ward kill. 50 extra gold to Deneth. So Wukong and Jashon and Serdukbot on that one you having a bit of a slide fight, but in the dual lane, having uppercut on to the Yanis. Taking a lot of damage from that, and the Groggy Strike through space of time being used here, because Freddy's in the backline, he's waiting for the engage. Does he fight Clion? He does indeed with the execute. Bye-bye, see you later, Neath. Your dragon meat. Where's he going to land down? He's going to land down onto the Agni, trying to find the damage onto Ahmed. Serdukbot is also in this fight, so Wukong making a slightly late rotation. For once, it's... Oh, it's a good Nature's Grasp. It's going to find Thor, but it's not going to be any damage onto him. The rest of the members of Team Dagnatas are going to be looking for this left side tier 1, and they are going to find it. Someone finally joins the fight. He's going to go in straight away. D Freddy taking a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Stone Gate's coming on. They're looking for the support. Can they find him? Primary Charge is going to get his passive. Ahmed's going to fall as well to Serdukbot. Finding the Talus, trying to find the Talus Sword. Doesn't find the kill because of the port through from the Thor. And now 5 members of Team Dagnatas still remain. They're taking over tier 2 in the left-hand side as well, as they start to take a stranglehold on this game. Gold Fury is down. What is not down is that Fire Giant on the right-hand side. I don't think we're going to see them do it in 17 minutes into the game. It's because Sun Wukong is still available, and the Kumbhakana is now back up. I believe that's going to be a Winged Blade coming out for Sylvanas right now. He's starting up the Asian Blade. Only a 10% attack speed increase. He's going to get that Winged Blade and make him immune to slows. Give him 10% CDR, 10% movement speed, 10% attack speed, and 300 health. All for the low price of 1,850 gold. It's a fantastic item. The slows coming out are, if you get woken up from the Mez early on by Kumbhakana, you have 50% slow. Master's Will also provide a slow. And I believe Backflip will also provide a slow from the Neath as well. So 3 slows means the item does get a lot of value. Also the slow from... There's a slow on the cavalry charge from 1U as well to trying to counteract the slows coming out from Massive Rovers. And Serdukbot is going to be looking to be the engager of this team. We'll have Randy level plays in the backline, sort of peeling for his team, trying to keep these ADCs alive, especially with those wisps. As the Gold View is being started up by Team Dagnatas. The right inside tier 1 does fall. That's the first tower Master Rovers have found in this game. Porting in right now is Serdukbot's going to take a meteor of his trouble the second he lands. But Team Dagnatas, they find their first Gold View of the game. Suetos is going to take a bit of damage here. Going to get engaged upon. Bees were used. Thor comes crashing down as well. Going to have to port away instantly. Clown, you're in a bad spot. Coverage charge being used. Steve Freddy using the execute to try and create some distance from Jashon. Clown's going to take a lot of damage here. Is it enough? Squid does find the kill with the acid spray. Forcing through his Dax Squid as the 2-man Wrath of Terror. They're going to look for Mr. Thor. They are going to find it. Jashon trying to go to the backline, but it's not enough. Squid finds yet another kill. Agni is there as well. Flame Wave does find the kill. Trying to create some distance with the Meteors, but there's 4 members after you, Agni. You have sacrificed yourself, but it is not worth it. Random level plays finds the kill. That leaves Kumbhakana by himself to defend this fire giant, which Team Dagnatar's heading straight for. Squid, the only member to die in that fight for Team Dagnatas. He will not have the fire giant buff available to him. Kumbhakana could actually steal this if he times it perfectly. He can blink in and mess and he uses the epic uppercut. But he's going to get done out here by random level plays. Can no longer blink in because he's been hit by those basic attacks. It's fire giant, 2,000 health. Blinking in now with the mess, but it's not going to be on time. Looking for a kill. D. Freddy's going to get hit by this. Will we even know? Going to be blocked out. Switos does find the kill anyway. Fire Giant stuns him in leash. Is taking a lot of damage. Switos by himself. Can he find the Fire Giant steal? No, Team Dagnatas do find it, and feels John Cena finds the kill onto the support. Thor comes crashing down, but it's not in time, unfortunately. Fire Giant gets members of 4 members of Team Dagnatas. Squid actually rezzed in time to get that. Right now, Squid on that Medusa. As Warrior Tower, Soul Eater, Executioner, and Hasten Fatalis going to be moving around these fights quite fast, especially with that Sidewinder passive. Right now, D. Freddy has got the Pythax piece ready and waiting to go. 10% CDR with the Spirit of the Magus and a lot of power coming out from that build. He's going to be hurting everyone. And that 10% CDR is going to be worth it, especially considering that just more Wild Storms and more Dragon Calls. I believe that makes the Wild Storm a 6-second cooldown now. Portal underneath in the mid lane, taking half the damage already. Blink Wrath of Terror fights 3 people, but it's not the one they wanted. 3 space of time, taking a lot of damage right now underneath. On Silver Vortex, it's not enough! Claire's going to get out of there with the barest amount of HP. For random level plays, he's going to go through the portal himself. It's going to be fine. He's going to step back, they're going to heal up. They got a lot of damage. He didn't find the kill. Feels John Cena in a lot of trouble. Porting through the wall, it is not enough damage. Massive Rovers can't find the kill. D. Freddy, he's by himself in that soul lane. Thor's going up in the air. He's going to be looking for that Yanis. He's going to land straight down on top of him, fighting a lot of damage, but there's a great heal coming out there. Jashon going to try and find a Tiger Sun. He can't find it. Through the wall goes the Yanis, and that's going to be the end of that. Jashon may have fallen here as well. Squid does indeed pick up the kill. D-Face finds a rotation. It does kill off the Thor, executing him beautifully. Where he's going to land? He's going to look to land down on Ahmed, I believe. He's going to land before the dash goes out. He's going to get stunned the second he does. And now this mid-tier 2. That's going to fall. So he spends some time. Finds the snipe onto Ahmed. Sit down, son. You are out of here. The Clown, he's forced to defend this with Suetos. Going to be back flipping away. He cannot stay here. This is not your base, son. This is Team Dagnatas' base now. They are in here. They are climbing in your windows, they're destroying your Titan. Can you defend it in time, Massive Rovers? I don't think you can, as it's now below 3,000, below 1,000. And that is all Shiro. Team Dagnatas take the win. Massive Rovers, unfortunately, they do fall. And Team Dagnatas, they do advance to the next round, which is the semi-finals. That's going to do it for us. We'll see you when we bring you a semi-final. Hello, one and all, and welcome to the first semi-final of the day. My name is Jackal, and this game is being played by Morkoyen Video Pelicero versus Team Danknitis, or Danknitas, whatever you want to call them. But Morkoyen Video Pelicero, they're going to be represented by Kazpu in the solo lane with the Sun Wukong, Samsa in the jungle with the Kali, Kyoshima in the mid lane with the Agni, and that leaves, last but not least, Gmok and Kurko in that dual lane with the Sylvanas and the Rama. Their opponents today, as mentioned already, they are going to be Team Danknitis. They are going to be represented by Sir Docbot in the solo lane with the Odin, D-Freddy in the jungle with the Ao Kwong, Fields John Cenaman in the mid lane with the New War, and that leaves Randy Level Plays and Squid in the dual lane with the Athena and the Medusa. Looking at the starts, early beats coming out from Gmok on the Sylvanas. Usually we see a Weakening Curse or a Blink coming out from the supports early on, unless they're facing an Ares. I believe that they're just very afraid of the taunt into the Stone Gaze or into the Acid Spray combination very early on, and just want to avoid that damage. Also wants to avoid the execute from the Ao Kwong from the jungle. But once more we see Team Danknitas not electing to ban away the Sun Wukong. They're going to face it once more. This time they've drafted in the Odin to deal with it. Certainly should be a different matchup. One that can go in favor of the Odin, but he also has to be very careful of the damage from the Sun Wukong. Mid lane, Nuar versus the Agni. Nuar certainly has risen up in terms of popularity in recent weeks. And she's just so strong overall right now. Even if John Cenaman is lagging a bit. They're going to go ahead and secure the right-hand side mid-camps. They're going to be happy with that. They're going to let Morkoyen Video Pelicero get the left-hand side ones by themselves. Not going to contest that. They're in the duo lane. We see the curse coming out. They're going to go on to Gmok. He's going to use his beads early. That's beads 1. Longer cooldown than the creepy curse. They're going to engage again once that cooldown is available to them. But even with that, they are losing the lane pressure right now, our Team Danknitas. Simply because of the Sylvanas with the purple buff. They may have the Medusa with the Bluestone Pendant, allowing them for some great wave clear, but it certainly can't compete early game with the push from Sylvanas, and it's also attacks of Destiny. Dual lane, Kazpu taking a lot of damage from this Odin. Bird Bomb is going to use it on the minions himself. D-Freddy's made an early rotation. He could look for a gank right now. There he goes. He does the 2 transformation sound. He's going straight on into the Sun Wukong. More auto attacks are needed. He's got the drag, he's got the slow, and the decoy's gonna get the first blood for D-Freddy in that solo lane. Doesn't want Sir Docbot to feed again. Has decided instead to help him get ahead. Real players gonna look for a taunt onto Kurko. Gonna make him eat that shield wall damage. But they're going to get engaged upon here. Rolling Assault, getting the cripple onto Squid. And D-Freddy's going to make a rotation over here to this dual lane at some point, just to try and alleviate the pressure being built up here. He's trying to get his dual lane ahead. Oh, to make an early rotation to the mid lane. He does have the cage available too. He's going to jump down. Samson does have the leap available. He's not going to find anything. Unfortunately, Agni dash and stun too strong for him. And that rotation was not really worth it. Gives him a bit of experience, but it means that Sun Wukong has got the lane pressure back over in the solo lane. Back left camp's respawned already for Team Dagnatas. They're going to go ahead and take that with Fields, John Cena Man, and D Freddy. Just looking to farm out the jungle, try and get as much experience as possible. But he still can't help that he need that rotation to the dual lane. They are starting to get some wave clear online with the Medusa Acid Spray. And it comes a taunt onto Kirko. Kirko just hitting level 5 right now. But here he comes. Here comes some major rotation from D Freddy and Fields, John Cena Man. Being spotted out by the Agni. They recognize that they are in the jungle. Like, using the curse right now, Gmog, they're looking for the Sylvanas. Do they find a Confound? They're in position right now for the gank. Here comes D Freddy using the decoy, but there's a 4-man Rattata trying to create some distance. Stonegaze coming out as well, looking for D Freddy. Can he die? Gmog actually finds the kill to D Freddy, even though there was the execute available. 1 shot from Astral Barrage, 2 shots, 30 Astral Barrage, 3's off the mark. That would have got the killing blow. Unfortunate there for Morking and Video Pelicano. And Agni's going very aggressive. He's looking for random level plays. 1 more Meteor will do it. Doesn't find it. Square taking a bit of damage. Meteor's off the mark completely there. Bit of miscommunication there coming out from the Sylvanas and the Agni. Oh no. Carly's in a position. They're looking to take this purple buff. Looking for the invade. D Freddy is back up. He's got the Defender Olympus on top of him. Here comes the dropship. Oh, but Samson using beautiful use of destruction there. He's going to get taunted back into danger. He needs to leap away. Random place. He's not giving up the chase. Reach is going to find the kill. Beautiful play with the support, and they need to find a return kill right now. Do the boys on Morki and Video Pelicano. They're not going to be able to do it, though. Great play there by Random Level Place. Knew he had the damage with that reach passive to get the kill. Only had 1 shot at it. It doesn't miss that opportunity to blow. Only came once in a lifetime, and he does find it. So Duckbot back into solo lane right now. He's finding a lot of pressure onto the Sun Wukong. So taking a lot of damage in return. Medusa hiding around the corner, trying to bait the Rama into coming further up. Squid's behind at this point. Rama has got the Devour Gaunts available to him. Here comes Gmog to try and get some pressure back up a bit. That's his sprays clearing the wave right now. So it's a bit hard for Rama to get up there and clear the minions as well as fight the Medusa until he's got the stacks online for this Devourer's Gauntlet start that he's gone for. The supports once more have gone into the travel issues. This was certainly a popular item when it came out as a gank over in that duo lane. Doesn't really amount to anything thanks to the Somersault Cloud and the rotation from the Kali. There's the 3 members right now of Team Dagnatas in that solo lane. And one of them just backed in the mid. If Morki and Video Pelicano noticed that, they may have been able to take the Gold Fury for themselves. Instead, they're just going to let Kali get the speed buff, try and get her to farm up. They need the Kali to have a couple of items online before they can really start fighting. Afgong in the mid lane. Randy level plays is going to come up from behind. Going to strike out of there. Possible opportunity for a gank there. Feels Josie Man was not in position though. Nearly at the burst from D Freddy. Whilst it is strong on the Alquang, it's not enough at this stage of the game to do serious amounts of work. Being spotted out by wards are 2 members of Team Dagnatas. Robert, he's got to get out of there. He's getting to a safe distance. Back to his support, Sylvanas. Well, they are going to take down that ward. It's still going to be... There we go. They are going to be taking down that ward. The sentry ward there just lasted not long enough. They've actually had to waste yet another sentry ward to take down and secure their own jungle buffs. Random place taunting Chibok in, not in... There's no follow-up. Right there, but a good good. They just got some Wrath of Terror combination to Squid. Using the Stargaze, trying to put some damage on when Gmog finds the kill with the dot-based damage from that Wrath of Terror ultimate. Making a rotation out. It's Sam's a blink stun. They're going to find a lot of damage with that incense, and Kirko finds the kill now. Wants the mark. So Samson going to be a bit miffed that he didn't get the kill there. It would have been a serious amount of gold for the Kali. They're going to be happy that they got the kill anyway. Morkini and Video Pelicano have got the lead at this point in terms of kills. D Freddy getting aggressed on here by Kirko, dodging the shots beautifully. If we take a look at the graphs, the experience difference is in favor of Morkini and Video Pelicano. And Team Dagnatas, they do have the gold lead, so it is a pretty even game right now. Less than 1,000 of each graph in it. So we're going to Odin. They're having a slap fight right now. So Dogbody's going to be careful though, as there is a rotation from Kali, waiting for the bird bomb to go away. There it is. The Raven Shout then goes straight back in with the incense stun and the Tiger Form stun. Can he get out? The mark is Odin right now. Gonna leap away after him. Fights to kill the Samsung, but it doesn't get the heal because of the Odin cage. So the very unfortunate place, red level place, picks up the return kill. Beautiful use of the Odin cage there by the Odin. A red level place, he is now the mark again. Here comes Steve Freddy. They're looking for a bit of damage and they can't find it. Dreamwalk in the mid lane by himself, just clearing out the wave whilst Agni made his rotation to that solo lane, making sure that there's no experience lost to the tower, that each member is worth it. Each minion is worth it for the blue side. Mystical Mail finish for the Oni. He's going to have a lot of pressure in that solo lane. Going to be able to out-trade the Sun Wukong a lot more efficiently now, especially in the boxing fights, if he uses his Raven Shout as a shield rather than as a defensive bird bomb mechanic. Soul Eater being started up here for Squid. He's got the Balgol online. Doesn't give him the passive just yet. Once he has that 900 gold available to him, he's got 700 of it, so he's just needs to stay for a couple more waves before that is available to him. Gmork looking for a gank onto the team Dagger Testiole. Surrendervote has started here. I'm not too sure who is the Surrendervote here. Unfortunately, it doesn't come up for us here at the caster desk. So right now, Curse coming out for rend level place. That was already at the start. So hasn't upgraded into anything. Selected to go into items instead. Trying to get as much gold as possible. Trying to ward as much as possible. And that's the thing that the Traveler Shoes do very well. They allow the supports to buy more wards because of the extra gold they get for being in lots of fights. But it's still a lot more useful on the Sylvanas with huge top-based ability. But he's going to get engaged on here. Force use around the time. He's going to get executed right now by the Darken. He has been chomped up. There is no more trees. This is deforestation. Deforestation right now. Oda made his rotation. Kirishima is going to fall in that Oda cage. Has another stack on the passive. Feels John Cena finds that kill. And the gold free is going to be taken right now by Team Dagnatas. Can Modka and Video Pelicano find the return? Taunt is off the mark. Here comes Samson with a triple stun. Thanks to the blink, but he's going to get away. Feels John Cena, but it's going to fall to the dot from the lash. Going up in the air, D-Freddy's low on health. One shot's going to miss. Two shots going to find the kill onto from D-Freddy. Someone's going to take the third shot as well. Samson's going very aggressive, very deep. Going to get taunted back in. Going to force use of destruction. Trying to find the kill. There's the stun for the incense. Finds the kill onto Sir Duckbot before he leaps away. And destruction has ended. Squid wants to return kill. Can he find it? And right now, Morco and Video Pelicano are trying to take down this Gold Fury. Caspu trying to zone out Squid. He's not going to do anything about it. And Morco and Video Pelicano, they're going to take down this Gold Fury and extend their lead. As now they are 1,200 experience difference in the lead, 1,000 gold difference in the lead. They can look to start to pressure some towers, maybe go back, buy some items and ward up. They need to start to take control of the jungle and then from there take the towers. Balance Blade right now for Samsa. Wonder how much gold he has in hand. He's got 1,700. He's going to be back. That could be kin size. And this is going to be quite a good timing for them. It is indeed the kin size. 11 minutes into the game. That's going to be huge for the team fights for Moki and Video Pelicano. Right now, both supports still don't have the Sovereignties online. I believe they've got enough gold in hand to do so. Athena certainly does. Gmork certainly does. Next time they're back, they do have the Sovereignties available to them. And both solo lanes have Mystical Males up and running and ticking away. Sodokbot has died twice, but he's found a few stacks on his passive. It's really shame we can't see that with the... Actually, we can see that with the amount of power he's got on his items. He's got 30 power on items, 40 power on his total thing. So he's got 2 stacks on the passive. There's an engagement here. Into the air goes Nuwab. He's going to get engaged upon is Gmork. Will he be caged out? Freddy, he's taking a lot of damage. He's actually going to fall to the dot from the Path of Flames. So like finds the return kill to Gmork. And that's a 1-for-1 support for jungler. That trade goes in favor of Morco and Video Pelicano. Team Dignitas, they trying to find something else right now. They're going to taunt out 2 people in the mid lane. It's not enough damage. Triple stun there. Beautiful play from the Agni. Thomas is getting aggressive on Sudop, but it's going to leap after him. It's not enough. Thank you, speed buff, to get to get the Kali out of there. All that time, Sun Wukong hasn't rotated. He's taking down that solo lane tower. The teleport in from Odin's Knot is gonna trap the Sun Wukong underneath. But really, Sun Wukong's trapped in there with Kapsu. Or Kaspu. Using the leap away to try and get to safety. And there you see the power of Sun Wukong. He's level 15 to the Odin's level 12. He's the highest level in the game. When he starts rotating to the fights, he's going to be absolute nightmare to deal with for Team Dagnatas. Solo lane tower tier 1 has, of course, fallen. It's the only tower in the game to have fallen or even take any considerable damage. The next most damaged tower would have to be the solo lane. Would have to be the dual lane tower, sorry, for Team Dagnatas. And that's sitting at quite a healthy 80% health at the very least. 3 members of Morki and Video Pelicato are grouped up in the left-hand side. They're waiting for an opportunity to engage, trying to get something of a fight going. They are ahead. They should start to try and look for more and more fights. Ooh, Ward does go down before they can desentry. 2 members v2 in the mid lane. Jungler and mid lane versus jungler and mid lane. I do like that from Morki and Vito Pelicato. They are just... Oh, bye-bye, Agni Meteor. Oh, here comes the defense of Olympus trying to protect the ADC. There's going to be an engage over on the dual lane. No, it's not. Rotation's coming out from the mid lane and jungler of Morki and Video Pelicato. And that... They can't engage on this Team Dagnatas. Dual lane slap fight continues. There's not much interesting going on over there, so we'll go back over to the left-hand side. As Samsa is going to get caught out here by the root, but the minions and soldiers didn't charge in time because of the leap coming out from Kali. Can never remember what that one's called. It's the Nimble Strike. They're going to go to Deep Freddy here. Our 2 members using the Water Illusion to get some distance. Blink in from someone. Blink in from the Sylvanas. Coco does find it. And there goes Rattata as well. Feels trusted. But going to be pulled away from the final shot of the Astral Barrage. Unfortunately, Snugma made the rotation as well. Trying to protect the mid laner. Here goes Red Level Place as well. Going to be surrounded by 5 members. Kaspu is in here as well. Good use of the preemptive strike. Well held to not get blocked out there. And now the 5 members versus 4 right now. Can he find the Odin Cage? 2 members trapped in there. Stone Gaze finds good night Kiyoshima. Has started. Kuriko's going to get caught out here by Fields John Cena Man as well. Kaspu in the backline trying to kill Fields John Cena Man. Gets the knockup as well. It's not enough damage. Does the dot from the blue subheaded? No, it's not enough. Samsa trying to find some damage onto the Odin. Does not get a lot. It's going to take a lot more in return thanks to that mystical mail. The mid camps are going to go to Team Dagnatas. The kills 9-8 in favor of Morki and Video Pelicato. And the graphs, they're also in favor of the blue side. 1,600 gold and 1,400 gold, sorry, 1,400 experience. That's a couple of minutes to get taken down by Team Dagnatas. I want to have a look at the player damage right now. We do see Odin is actually sitting high up top there on 8,000, followed closely by the lane partner Sun Wukong at 7,800 damage. Both of them have just been slap fighting each other. The Mystic Males have been building up their damage, so it's no surprise to see them up there, followed by the Nuwa, free damage on every single member of the enemy team on the map with that fire shards. Just by to see her high up. After that, though, it's Kirko on the Rama, 2,760. Rama's sort of a semi-passive ADC. Wants to get to late game where he's the most dangerous. Wants to farm at Devourer Gauntlets. You will always see Devourer Gauntlets built on him, unless it's sort of a weird build that they've tried to test out. So to see him high up on the damage, he has been hitting a lot of Astral Barrages. He's going to be in these fights a lot. He's just so safe, is that god. Fatal is being finished up for the Kali. Still on tier 2 right now as an engage comes out. They're looking for Kaspu. Good use of the Ninja Grass and the Rattata to try his distance for the solo lane. Here comes Samsa on the return as well, looking for Randy level plays. A lot of damage coming out for those King's Eyes. He's really going to try and return the damage. He's going to pull forward straight into danger. There goes the ult as well to try and create some distance. Rama's going up in the air, looking for Deep Freddy. Samson does find the kill, he's going to get caught out by the cage. Finding a lot of damage there. 1 HP is right now. Kali has 5 shots, picks up the kill from Fields. John Cena Man is now a 4-on-4. They're looking for Sir Thomas, taking so much damage. And Coco does find the kill thanks to those astral arrows. Bombs off the mark, and they're looking for Fields. John Cena Man in the mid is Kaspu. Taunted out Reynolds, G-Walk taking a lot of damage for Squid. And red level plays does find it with the preemptive strike. They're going to turn onto the Sun Wukong in that mid lane, trying to take down the no one. It's not enough. Squid finds the kill. Blinking it is active with the stun onto Squid. Isn't enough damage. One more basic attack for a moment. Can't do it. He's not going to find it, unfortunately. Being chased away by... And I guess being chased away right now by red level plays on the Athena. Forced to use the beads. Doesn't know there's anybody chasing him with the Athena. Good engage there for Team Dagnatas as they level out the playing field in terms of kills. Unfortunately, they do lose D Freddy once more, sitting 2-5-4 on the Alquang, is behind in levels and in gold on the Kali in the jungle matchup. He's going to be building the same build that we saw him build last time. He's got the Spirit of the Magus up and ready to go, and he's building into the Pythagorean piece. What it will do is give him some magical power. It will give him some cooldown reduction. Also give... I don't remember what else it gives him. It also gives him some lifesteal. That's the one. Also mentioned, it also gives him an aura which gives all other magical members some magical power and some lifesteal. So that'll help out Field Strong, Cedar Man, and Randy level plays in the fights as well. But what I do like from Monkey and Video Pelicato is the fact that they've got their solo laner to build up the Heartward Amulet already. Meaning that they don't have to rely on Sylvanas to be alive to have both the auras. They have two members, one with each aura. But it's a bit harder to take them down in the fights as Ram's going to collapse upon here. He's going to have to get out of dodge with that rolling assault. Squid's going to use the last rate in. Oh, but he's in very much in trouble here. Natural shot's going to fall here. Is it going to be enough? There it is. The fire shot's going to claim the kills. D-Fray's going to fall as well to Samsa. Feels John Cena Man finds Kirishima in that fight as well. Actually, Rama lives. Does he have an Aegis? Yes, he does. So they're going to find Samsa in the meantime as well. It's just Gmok by himself defending this tower. Don't know if he can defend it by himself. Rama's in the backline as well, being chased away by the Athena. They're cursed out. Stunned out his red level place, and Kazbu protects the ADC beautifully there. They have to give it the tier 1 tower for it, but I'm sure they are screaming worth. Because now they can easily defend the Gold Fury. They have Kazbu, the level 18 Sun Wukong. He's just absolutely godlike in these fights. There is no touch game. He's got some magical defense. He's got some physical defense. He's got damage. A lot of damage right now. He is 4th in the damage charts right now, but he's going to be doing a lot more thanks to the Bluestone Pendant and the Mystical Mail. Gold Fury is being started up here by Squid, trying to see if there's any rotations coming out from Morkia and Video Pelicato. Left-hand side wave getting pushed up by the blue team. They're looking for rotations now to the purple buff. We're taking it down, giving it to the Rama, leaving him to get more damage off in these fights with auto attacks. Through auto attacks being done a lot more frequently thanks to increased attack speed and more damage on said auto attacks. Thanks to that purple buff. I can see the start of 3 Males of Renewals already from the side of Team Dagnitas. Or Dagnitas. So we put that item is just legit stupid right now. It is. It gives you 20% of your health back for every assist or kill you get. It even works on Siege Juggernaut objectives in Siege, which I find really stupid. Samson blinking and finds the 3-man stun. D-Fray's taking a lot of damage already. Samson's going to find the kill and the destruction. Squid's going to find the kill onto Kiyoshima. Benevolent is coming down, trying to protect the ADC, but Kamsu is in the backline, red level place. He's going to fall there to the Sun Wukong. Tigerfall transformation, double kill for the Sun Wukong. Shimok low on health. There goes the decoy. Gonna dive that tower here for the new war. Can they find the kill? Magic Culture coming down. And do they find enough damage? Kamsu does find it for a belated triple kill. And that's the Sun Wukong there. 4 members of Mordecai Video Pelicato alive and ready to fight. They're going to have to back. They may look to do the Gold Fury or even do the Fire Giant. Odin by himself. He's going to get caught out. He's been spotted by the wards. It's just Duckbot alive right now for Team Dagnitas. And the Gold Fury being started up by Kirko. To put out, Odin can defend this by himself. He does have the Male Renewal online and ready to go. But being stunned up now by Samson. The Kidsets are doing a lot of damage. You're going to turn straight onto the Odin, allowing Kirko the space and time to do this. Samson's not giving up this fight easily. He's going to get trapped in the cage, but he doesn't care. Trying to find it. He's got the ticks coming down. Can he find the kill? No, good use of shield. Samson's gonna get executed here. Yes, he is. Goodbye, good night, son. D Freddy finds a return kill. Kaspu gonna get caught out here, gonna get hit by the fire shots as his Kiyoshima render level plays, gonna get stunned out by the Agni. Looking for return fight. D Freddy, he wants to go in. Gonna blink, they're gonna stand on the path of flames, they're gonna get him out of that invisibility. 4 members of Monkey and Video Pelicano right now. One of them just backed. 3 members in the mid lane versus 3. And they don't get advantage of Team Dagnatas. They do have to better engage. Jimbo could re-engage though with that Wrath of Terror and the Wisps. Coco gonna get taunted out here. D Freddy finding him in a damage right on the place. Gonna get stunned out. Nature's Grasp is off the mark. His Field Strong Cinema joins the fight. Play Soldier's gonna charge straight at Coco, but it's not gonna be detonated. Adrenaline Play's gonna back. He's gonna have his back stopped by the Astral Arrows. As we see a fight breaking out right now, so Dogbot's going to be engaging this one. Coco not going to get trapped in the cage, it's just Gmod because the 3-man Wrath of Terror comes out. Jufredi's going to get engaged upon here. There's Kiyoshima is going to be the first person to fall in this fight. Coco going to be the next target to get jumped upon, but beautifully to the edges. It's not enough for Dogbot finds the kill. Gmod next on the hit list. There's going to be Samsa in the backline trying to find his mark, which is D Freddy. Beautiful ages to stop the damage, and Squid finds the kill. Capsule finds return kill onto Fields. John Cedarman's being supported up by Gmod, but it's just the 2 tags. They can't find damage. D Freddy's gone straight back in. They're looking for the Gmod. They're looking for the supporters. Capsule finds D Freddy actually. Gmod is going to fall here. It's just the Sun Wukong versus 3. Can he find a kill on to the Medusa? He's finding a lot of damage. Someone's Soul Cloud going to land up straight away. Going to find quite a bit. Capsule does find yet another kill. Capsule is unstoppable right now. He's facing down 2. Can he get out? He's waiting on his searching transformations. He's got them. His Axe Form. He's out of there. See you later, Team Dagnatas. Sodomon, he's not giving up this charge. Oh my god. The cage is off the mark. And Capsu's going to get out of there for free. Caspu, you are a god, sir. Excuse me, I have to go 1 second. Somebody's at my door. And I am back! Somebody was at my door, unfortunately, as we do see an engaged Wrath of Terror coming out, finding 2. D-Freddy's in a lot of trouble. He is taking a lot of damage. Capsu finds the kill. Red Player is going to get stunned out by the Capsu as well. And I think that's going to spell the for Kiyoshima. He does fall to the fire shards. Beelstra Superman was in the air for a while, but he's landed back down, straight into danger, taunted out on 2 members. Bird Bomb! Quite a bit of damage here. Capsu, he doesn't care. He's the tag this team deserves. He goes into that Somersault Cloud. G-Mork is going to be surrounded by 4. Can he get out in time? Bird Bomb's off the mark, but Squid, he doesn't care. He fights the kill. As just Caspu and Samsa alive. They can't defend this Fire Giant. As that's going to go the way of Team Dagnatas. As I did say, 3 males of renewal all online right now. ODK is just going to confirm the Fire Giant. Caspu was back and ready to try and defend that. Going to be Ox forming right there. Double stun coming up from Samsa. He get obliterated by Squid. And now 4 members chasing away the Sun Wukong, the solo laner for Monkey and Video Pelicano. And he's just going to get out there with the bird form. He's Sun Wukong. You can't chase him. Well, you may be if you're able to random level plays and blink in. But to strike, confound, stun. And he's been shut down by random level plays, unfortunately there. Sun Wukong, you are not young for this world. He does have the Odin's Wrath, but the Fire Giant buff playing huge part there in that kill. And now the mid lane tier 1 is going to fall. Mid lane tier 2. The next target right here for Team Dignitas as they look to pressure in and try and take control of this game. Game is currently even in terms of gold, but the Fire Giant is of course there. Odin Cage coming down, they're trapping in Kirko and G-Walk. Can be engaged here. Venom's coming out, slamming down right on top of G-Walk on Kirko. They're going to look for the support instead. Being eaten up by D-Freddy once more. Stun coming out. 2 members getting stunned there by Team by the Agni. They're going to look for the left side tier 2 as well. They should look for the left side Phoenix, then the mid Phoenix, then go back to base and look to push down the right hand side. That would be what I would do in this situation. Instead, they're going to go ahead and get that left side tier 2. Going to back into the jungle and get the Gold Fury. And go back and buy some items and continue the siege afterwards. A bit more of a safer play, this one. Not elected to take the 4v5 under the Phoenix, recognize that they could get wiped there. Even without the Sylvana support. Ooh, Astral Barrage does not find the shots needed to steal the Gold Fury Team Dignitas. They've extended their lead once more. If we take a look at the graphs, it is now 7,000 gold lead in favor of Team Dignitas. Plus the 6,000 gold lead, 7,000 experience difference. I always get those graphs mixed up. Why not just put the gold on the left? That's the more important one. Especially considering most people are approaching that level 20. Akali is pretty much online at this point. We take a look at her attack speed. It is 2.39. Has got the Odysseus' bows, got the Keen Size and the Fatalis. That is really all she needs to do damage in these fights. And it's going to be building into a Balance Blade once more. That's going to be Executioner. Look, it's just chunk people. It's going to be impossible. It's going to be very hard to deal with unless you lock it down properly like they have been doing already. And now with the right hand side, our Team Dignitas, they're looking to push down this right side towers. Going in to tank the tower right now is Squid. Randall plays trying to get there first. Instead, he's going to look to take down these minions. As the right side tier 1 does fall, the right side tier 2 is now exposed and ready to be taken. Morkian and Video Pelicano, they need to defend this. They may not be able to defend the tower. They shouldn't need to defend the Phoenix. Blinking in and taunting. Blink 3-man, 4-man Wrath of Terror coming back into the fight. Capu's looking for a bit of damage. Kirko finds Fields. John Cena getting it instantly erased is the new war. Samson going straight into the fight. He's looking for Squid. Who is his mark? Can he find the kill? He don't think he can. He's going to get caught in the other cage. Not going to be executed. No, he's going to be killed by D-Freddy on the landing with that Wild Storm. And coming in the back is Capu's going to find a bit of damage. Astral Barrage is off the mark, but it doesn't matter. Kiyoshima finds the next kill in this fight. D-Freddy's going to fall here to Katsu as well. They're going to try to engage on Randy level plays to support. So look what's going to get out of there. Confound is good. Stun is not. There goes the Nature's Grasp to try and stop a bit of damage. Going up in the air is red level plays, and Kirko finds the kill. Huge engagement there by Moki and Vilio Penicano as they find return kills. 4-man wipe there just for Samsa. And now they can look down to get her a tower in return. Huge plays there by the blue side. And then you saw why Kali isn't really picked up. They could turn and just focus him. The second that Kali went in, you just saw that Team Dignitas turned around and just obliterated any chance Kali had of killing Squid, the mark. As Soul Reaver is finished up for D-Freddy. He's a very dangerous man right now. Mid lane tier 2, the next point of focus. Can they get this in time? Zedim's trying to get in there to protect it. I think he might be able to. He's going to use the Astral Arrows right now. Kirko's trying to get the tower. Blink Wrath of Terror. They're going to find a bit of damage onto Fields. John Cena, man. G-Walk trying to find some spacing right there. Fields John Cena, man, going into the air. Squid finds kills to G-Walk, actually. They're going to find it and engage here. Kirko low on health. Brilliant stun there from the Noxious Fumes. Goosey Beast to stop the slow coming out for that stone gaze. Kirko needs to get out of there fast. Squid's chasing you. Good suppression there from the bombs from the Agni. Dashing away there. The Fire Giant is about to be rezzed, actually. It's just rezzed. It's ready to be taken as Kinoshima gets obliterated by the bird bomb. He got Goomba stomped by Sir Duckbot. And now the Fire Giant, they are turning their attention to it once more. Our Team Dignitas, they're going to let Odin be the zone controller this time. You can see the amount of ward coverage by Team Dignitas. They know if anybody's coming from a mile away. Randy level play is going to contort out too. As the other cage comes down and secures the Fire Giant for Team Dignitas. Caspu, he doesn't care. He's going in 1v5. It forces into the Small Cloud very early there, Samson. He's looking for D Freddy. I think that's the mark. Looking for the destruction to get out, but he's going to get taunted back in. And D Freddy finds the kill with the water illusion explosion. And now 5 members of Team Dagdatas have the Fire Giant buff. They're going back to this tier 2 on the right hand side. They didn't get it before, they will get it now. And then they'll push up for some Phoenixes. This has certainly been a very enjoyable game, this one. Been very back and forth, but he was very skilled. Oh, random flow is blinking in, taunting out. Huge fight by Raptor Terror for beautiful disengage with G-Morg. Can it be enough? As Steve Freddy tries to find a re-engage. Steve Freddy's going to be exploded there. Kirko does fall to fields. John Cenaman after getting that kill. Casper is in the front line, trying to defend the Phoenix. I don't think he can. Ox Foreman, that's not enough. You're in a cage, buddy. Feels John Cenaman finds yet another kill for the double. Feels Cenaman finds a triple kill. G-Morg is going to get killed by Sun Double, and it's going to be all she wrote as Team Dagdatas find the wipe on Morkoyan Video Pelicano. And that's going to be it. Team Dagdatas will advance to the grand finals as the Titan goes under 4,000 health, 3,000, 2,000, underneath 1,000 health. And that is it for this semi-final. What a game. And my name is Alpha Jackal, and I will see you for the finals when we return after the break. Hello, one and all, and welcome to the Grand Final. Let's point out that the Grand Final is now a best of one throughout this tournament and the next tournaments until a rules change does occur. But enough of that, it is Men of Aeron versus Team Dagnitas as your Grand Final. Men of Aeron, you might recognize them as the old Flash Gaming roster. But they have got rid of Brent, they are drafted in Salamander instead. Still, you all know them, and they're facing off against Team Dagnitas. We've seen them already. Both those games, Steve Freddy has been playing the Ao Kuang. I wonder if we're going to see that ban. Indeed we do, as the bans do come through. So Yanis Ao Kuang banned away by Men of Aeron, Team Dagnitas. They need a ban of their own to couple that Sun Wukong, and imagine that this is going to be the Khepri ban. You generally don't see Khepris getting through simply because of how annoying he is with that. Oh no, they are going to let him through. They're going to like to ban Serket instead. But of course, Xingtian, he is available and ready to play, and he's going to get locked in by Men of Aeron. It has been 2 weeks since his release, and he is allowed to be played. So, it's Xingtian. First time we've seen him all day. Electing not to take the Khepri instead. Randy Little Place and Squid from Team Dagnitas. They need a couple picks of their own. They're going to look in Khepri, and they're hovering over the balloon. They're going to lock that in. A very strong call right now there for the Team Dagnitas. Option back over to Men of Aeron as they need a couple more picks right now. We're interested to see where they do elect to play this Xingtian. He's touted as a Guardian, but right now, a lot of people see him as a jungler, as a solo laner, just because of the amount of damage he can do. He is receiving a nerf. The patch notes have just gone down on Reddit, I believe. And Team Dagnitas. They're gonna elect to lock in the Freya and the Nuwa. Sorry, that's Men of Aeron. Team Dagnitas, they need a pick of their own. They're gonna look at the Agni for that mid lane, and they are indeed gonna lock that in. So it's gonna most likely be the Agni versus Nuwa in that mid lane. One more ban each. And it's going to be the Thor ban coming out from Team Dagnitas. Men of Aeron are looking for a ban of their own. That to me means that they think that this Xingtian is going to be in that solo lane. Final ban coming out from Men of Aeron. That's going to be the Shibbolonka option back over to Team Dagnitas. Need a pick up of their own. They've got the Agni for the mid lane, Khepri for support, Bellona for the solo / jungle. What are they going to elect to pick up right now? Could do with picking up their Hunter here, meaning that they leave the solo lane counter matchup available to them. And indeed, they are probably going to do that right now as they hover over the Rama. Such a strong Hunter will be going to Devourer's Gauntlet. No, they're going to like to hover and lock in that Ola. A lot of aggression coming out early there for the Team Dagnitas dual lane. Option back over to Men of Aeron for their final 2 picks. Coming out now. We'll see a Thanatos hover. And a Guan Yu hover as well. A lot of damage there early game from the Thanatos. And a huge engage from the Guan Yu. They do decide to lock it in. They are going to lock in their Guan Yu and the Diamond Thanatos there for Deathwalker. Great lineup coming there from Team Dagnitas. Bit of protection there for the Freya and the Nuwa. A huge engage there from the Xingtian ultimate Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Team Dagnitas final pick up for them is going to be the solo lane. Most likely to take on that Guan Yu. is gonna be locked and already in the Aphrodite. God, we haven't seen that all this tournament. It's going to be locked in right now, and that's going straight to Sir Duckball for that solo lane. It's going to go up against Salamander on that Guan Yu. That's going to do it for us for the picks and bans. Be sure to join us after the break. Well, we'll see the final game. And the first option is Shinten. Hello, one and all. After multiple remakes of the lobby, after multiple relogs by both me and our production guy, Matt, we finally have a working game to give you. Men of Aeron versus Team Dagnatas for our best of one finals. And representing Men of Aeron, they are going to be Salamander in the solo lane with the 1U, Deathwalker in the jungle with the Thanatos, Elixir in the mid lane with the new War, and these Callus and Izun in the dual lane with the new god Xingtian and the Freya. Their opponents, Team Dagnitis, they are going to be represented, of course, by Sir Duckbot in that solo lane with the Aphrodite. D-Freddy in the jungle, not playing Alcon this time, he's going to be playing Bellona. Going to be Fields John Cenaman in the mid lane with the Agni, leaving Randy level plays, and Squid in the dual lane with the Kepri and the Ulla. Both Kepri and Xingtian being let through, it means both of them are going to get played. Top tier Guardians for both of them. We already know what Kepri can do, he's been seeing a bit of competitive play already. But this is the first time that Xingtian is going to be allowed to be played in a competitive setting. We need to see what he can do. Does a lot of damage, has a great engage, similar to that of an Ares, where his ult will pull people and throw them away towards an area you want to throw them to. The difference is, it's on a longer cooldown to begin with, but then once you level it up, it starts to get shorter and shorter cooldown, from 100 seconds to 80 at base. That's not accounting for cooldown reduction. Doesn't have as great wave clear as the Kepri though, so I imagine that Team Dagnatas will have the advantage in the laning phase. You do see an abduct straight onto Callus already. A Zune on the Freya is not going to help the wave clear situation at all for Men of Aeron. They're going to have to cede lane pressure quite early. You see the Rising Dawn just doing a lot of dot-based damage to a Zune there. In the jungle, we do see Deathwalk having his Diamond Thanatos being piloted there in the jungle. That's also good, you don't see that much. He's got the power push and has gone into the Bomber's Mask. A lot of people would like to go into the Death Toll on Thanatos, considering he gets regen from the minions. It does a lot of damage early. You want to augment that with the 15 extra physical power that comes with the Death Toll. But Bomber's Mask is just so much more of an efficient item when it comes to jungle farming and playing as a team. As in the dual lane, Kalas taking a lot of damage there. He's going to have forced to use his Sky-Toting Axe to get out of there. Double leap ability. He's taken quite a bit of poke there from the abduct from random level plays into the combination from the Ulla. He's going straight into the Transcendence, not elected to go into that Bluestone Pendant at all once the extra mana regen that he gets from the MP5 from the Charged Morning Star. Thanatos making his way over to the dual lane. He's got the power potion ticking. He's going to wait for random level plays to go in for an abduct. There he goes. Now he's going to make his way into lane. Going to use his silence. You notice the ability is down. Deathwalker picks up the first blood with that Death Sight. Easy gank. Random level plays using his mobility too early there. We're in engage. At the same time, D-Freddy was looking around the solo lane, didn't find anything. Salamander knew the gank was coming. Thanatos is waiting around the Golf area. He knows he can go in the air and kill Squid. He's going up in the air now into that Death from Above ultimate. He does find the stun and a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Leaping straight on top of Deathwalker is Squid. He does fall there to Izun. Brilliant guy by Deathwalker with an A-fall here. He's lazy backing. Ooh, random level place, not going to be able to catch him. Let's say 1U versus Sir... 1U and Salamander versus Sir Duckbot on that Aphrodite in the duel, in the solo lane. Very interesting one. Talon Soul coming out, getting stopped by the stun from the kiss, and then the birds returning some damage onto him. Salamander, he doesn't care. He's got the heal from his conviction to keep him up there. Everyone taking a 2-0 lead right now over Team Dagnitis. Or Team Dagnatas. Take a look at the graphs. You can see it's not that much in terms of experience difference. The gold difference is roughly normal after the first blood. At around 850, 800 gold. After pushing up quite a bit then. Here comes Elixir from the mid lane making his rotation. Kiss is going to be off the mark. A lot of damage taken by something. We're going to get stunned out. There goes the ultimate. Deathwalker is also here. Can he find the Death Sight? It's off the mark, and that's a 3-man rotation wasted there. So Duckbot brilliantly brilliantly juking the Death Scythe, which would have spelled his doom. He's going to lose his blue buff though, or is he? Here comes Steve Freddy's and feels John Cena Man, full the rotation, bludgeon on the mark, going to find a lot of damage onto Deathwalker, who's not going to be slowed. Death Scythe on the mark to get himself some heal with beautiful evasion of the kiss and the stun from the Agony. Stun from the minions from Elixir allows Deathwalker to get away very nicely. But unfortunately, that does mean the mid camps go the way of Team Danknitas. Or do they? Elixir steals him with the Shining Metal. Beautiful steal there coming out from the mid laner from Men of Aeron. Salamander, he's still looking to try and invade on this blue buff that belongs to Sir Duckbond. D Freddy taking half his health is Sir Freddy. But he's fine with that. He's got an Aphrodite there to heal him up. Get him back up to full fighting condition. With Thanatos already making his presence on the map known. 101. Still level 6 as well as D Freddy. Hasn't been farming in terms of experience that much, but he's got the gold lead in terms of 400 gold. And that's what you want to see. You want to see how Thanatos getting ahead, and he does take the lead in terms of levels as well after that speed buff steal. How much has D Freddy got? He's going to hit level 7 as well off this speed buff. There it is. Oh no, he doesn't actually. He's going to hit off these back camps. Gank onto the solo lane right now. Deathwalker, he wants this. He wants to kill someone. But there goes the curse. He doesn't have his ultimate available to him. He used it early to avoid the slow, and there goes the fire shots as well, finding a bit of damage. Deathwalker finds the Death Scythe. Sir Duckbot, sit down, son. You have been taken out by the scythe of Deathwalker. Back to the mid lane now, where there's just a bit of a clear going on right now from the Men of Aeron. Deathwalker, he's been very impressive on this Thanatos. You don't see him that often. So to see somebody take control of a game like he's doing on him is quite refreshing to see. Azun going up into his Valkyrie's Discretion, forces the ultimate onto Randy level plays. Deathwalker going up into his Hovering Death. Who's he going to find? He's going to look for the buggy. Does not find it thanks to a beautiful blink, but the Death Scythe claims the life of the big bad bug. Brilliant outplay there from Randy level plays. Unfortunately, it was not enough. And Azun, what you saw there is he used the Valkyrie's Discretion to force the ultimate, knowing that there was the Thanatos going to be coming in. Here comes a gank. Eagle's Rally going to stun out Class. He's going to take quite a bit of damage using that Whirlwind of Rage Steel to throw people. No, D Freddy's going to use the beat to get himself out of that ultimate. Feels John Cena Man finds the kill onto Kalas. That's the first blood for Team Danknitas. They've managed to find their first response. Men of Aeron have got 4 kills already though, and they maybe find a 5th here. Squid's pushed up far too much. Deathwalker's on your tail, son! You better turn and run. No shy, better hit. Pound, I'm telling you why. Deathwalker's coming to your lane. He's gonna get banished. And Squid, he's gonna find the kill. He's gonna find his death. Azun's gonna get the kill. Elixir was also in the area in case of an escape into the jungle. But with that, there's a rotation on to the solo lane, where Salaman is taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to be hiding under his tower until he can help himself get healed. It feels John Cena Man in the area. Looking for the engage with the stun. Going to get stunned out by the kiss. Some bombs coming down. The stun top finds the kill with the back off onto Salamander onto the Guan Yu. Good play there. And in the left hand side, Deathwalker's looking aggressive once more for Randy level plays. They have not going to get him out of there. Instead, he's going to steal this purple buff. I wonder if they find it. Yes, they do. Kalas picks that up for himself. Looking for a rotation right now on to them, but they're not going to find it. Noir just finding just a bit too juicy in the mid lane for Fields, John Cena and D Freddy. Be a bash down now. Is he going to get stunned? Landed on by the Hovering Death. Kalas finds it with a furious roar over the wall. Going to knock Randall place up and root him in place. Men of Aeron, I've got the control of the map, and it's all on the back of the Thanatos. 3, 0, and 3. It's got involved in every single one of the kills. They are relying on him right now to provide the engagements, to shift the aggression around the map as to where he is. And on the Thanatos, exactly what he'll be doing. Squid is in his lane by himself. If he's going to get zoned here by just Azun, doesn't want to engage upon him because he knows that Thanatos is in the area. Meanwhile, Kalas is in the middle. He's going to get engaged upon by random level plays and D Freddy. The Abduct coming out on to the support. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel going to throw them into the wall, going to get the Furious Roar as well and knock him up. Can we find the kill here? No, there's the Scarab's Blessing onto himself there by random level plays. Good Aegis there for Deathwall, going to get himself some damage mitigation, but it's not enough. Random level plays finds the kill onto the Thanatos to shut him down. Definitively taking a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Kalas coming back with the Furious Roars off the mark. He's put himself in a lot of trouble by blinking in there. Can jump kills, tries to find the kills, not going to find the stun onto him. Salamander rotating as well. Does he? No, the Cavalry Charge has been stopped early. That's a misplay there from the solo laner from Men of Aeron. That was a guaranteed kill. Instead, Fields John Cena gets out of there scot-free. All the meantime, Sudokbot elected to stay in that solo lane and get the tier 1 tower. That's a completely worth for him. This team Dagnatas, they take the lead in terms of gold despite being 3 kills down. They don't quite have the lead in terms of experience. It's pretty much even this game. Only 100, 200 experience difference and about 200 gold difference in it. The rotation back onto the duo lane right now. Do see the root coming out and the good use of Valkyrie's discretion to avoid the abduct. There is no more CC coming out from the Capri, so they can turn safely and fight him. Fighting a lot of damage there. Here's Azun. Elixum is in the area as well, trying to help alleviate some pressure onto this duo lane. It does that quite nicely. Warning up the Gold Fury are both the teams. I wonder if they're both sentries. Looks like one of them... Looks like both of them are not sentries. So both of them can't see each other, meaning they can't get the clear and the extra 50 gold, as well as vision control of the Gold Fury. Right side mid camp's being contested here between Deathwalker and D Freddy. Elixum coming in to help secure these for Men of Aeron. Kalas is also in the area. We're going to get followed by a minion. Hence why D Freddy backed off that early. He knew both of them were coming. 3-man split off the red buff here by Team Dagnatas. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, but it helps get your support ahead. Helps keep your support relevant in the game. He has gone into the Traveler Shoes, so he's going to get more gold over time than his counterpart in Kalas on Shinten. But Shinten, he knows he's got a lot of damage in his kit, so he's gone into Shooter's Magic. They're going to gank on Agni here. Just going to blink away. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. He's going to use the beats perfectly there to stop that Ultra from claiming his life. Of course, in the next patch, random level players playing Capri, he would be countered by the Thanatos, given that the Scarab's Blessing will no longer work against executes, like that of Alkwang and Thanatos's. So Duckbot and Salamander, they're continuing their slap fight over in the solo lane. Got a bit of defense early on, does Salamander. Imagine that's going to be the Pestilence, as Duckbot already has a Mail of Renewal. 3 members of Men of Aeron grouped up around the left side mid camps are not up at all. They were taken very recently. Just looking for a small engagement here, a bit of a skirmish. Furious Roar coming out, they're looking for random little plays, and that Death Sight does connect. There's quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough to commit. As the Aphrodite has made the rotation to heal and back up Emil in the duo lane. There's a gank by D Freddy straight onto Izun, who does get Eagle's Rally on top of him. And the Bludgeon is a lot of damage as well. Salamander porting into the left side tower to try and get himself over. It's a 2v2 over there right now. Thanatos landing right down onto D Freddy. He knows Eagle's Rally is down. There goes the fire shots as well. Fighting a bit of damage. Valkyrie's discretion. 1, 2, 3. Finds the kill. 4. Finds on a bit of damage on Squid, who does beat out the cavalry charge as well. Fighting with damage. So get stunned on the tower. Forces use the beats. And the damage comes out from Fields Josie about to claim the life. Abduct on to Salamander. Going to get tucked back into with the enemy team. And it's all 4 versus 4 over here on the duo lane. The ADC for the jungler, I believe that's worth in terms of Team Dagnatas, as they can look to engage a bit more safely with that ranged hunter damage. He's going to get abducted right now. His Skylar's going to get stunned out by the Agni, taking a lot of damage. Also, Sky going to get away. Here comes Deathwalker, already on half health. Misses the Death Sight. That is huge. Taking a bit of damage from the hail of arrows. Birds are off the mark, so we cannot get the kill. Cancer Duckbot. Instead, they're going to be happy to take this Gold Fury, at least bait it. They know that the carry charge is down. They know that the Whirlwind of Rage Seal is up. They're going to abduct Salamander. He's going to try and get out with the dash, but it's not enough. As Fields John Cinema fights it with the Flame Wave. This Gold Fury is taking a lot of damage. Can it be enough? Whirlwind of Rage Seal finding 2 of them. Going to be altered out by the Aphrodite. Undying Love. One more basic attack onto Callus will do it. And it does get found by the Squid. And Scorpion should be taken, but here comes Azun. Finds a kill on Squid already. Eagles Rally off the mark. Stunned out by the Agni Meteors. Noxious Fume combination. Trying to get away right now with Zazun. He does have the extra movement speed thanks to Petalis and Power Shoes. going to actually sacrifice Deathwalker, who... No, great stun there from Elixir. Finds 3 of them with that claiming explosion to save the life of the jungler. The Gold Fury still hasn't been taken, although Vision Control now belongs to Team Dagnatas. Mid lane tower still alive, Team Dagnatas, even though it's on about 20% health at the very most. They could rotate a couple people over there, could Men of Aeron, and if there isn't a response from Team Dagnatas, that mid lane tower is gone. But the Mail of Renewal coming out from the Aphrodite is going to give her a lot of health regen in these fights, especially when the kill gets taken for Team Dagnatas. Got the heals already from the birds. They've got 10%, 15% CDR actually from the Mail of Renewal. There's more heals coming out from those birds. Not to mention when the kill or assist comes on for Team Dagnatas, and she gets either 20% of her health and 20% of the mana gets regen over the next 5 seconds. That does get counted on a bit by the Pestilence, which has been built up by Salamander. It's going to be going into the Weakening Curse as well. Now, Weakening Curse obviously did take a nerf in the last patch. Is now only he reduces 65% of the healing rather than 100%. Hence the reason why you see the Pestilence built up already. Ward coverage, I believe that goes in favor of Men of Aeron. We're going to get stunned down right there. Elixir taking quite a bit of damage. They're going to actually fall to the Meteors from Fields John Cena. Man, little player is going to take 30% of his health there from the Thanatos and the Xingtian combination. A huge kill there, and this could be the Gold Fury for Team Dagnatas. They're going to try it once more. Salamander is in the area. He does have the coverage charge available to him. Kalas has the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel as well. Can't blink in though. The Abductor is going to miss. Gold Fury, it's on 2,000 health. Here comes the cavalry charge. They're looking for an engage right now on Men of Aeron. Who they're going to stun. They're looking for D Freddy in the front line. Who's using the trying to top himself to stop the damage. And Salamander already on low health. Squid finds the kill almost immediately. Undying Love to save D Freddy's life. Aeron's Deathwalker not going to find the kill on the execute. Good use of HZ to stop the blushing damage, but is it enough? Going to get stunned out there. One more basic attack will do it for D Freddy. Does find the kill. Izun is going to fall down as well. It's just Kalas and Elixir alive. And Kalas already so low from Dag Squid, and this has to be the Gold Fury of Team Dagnatas finally. It's been about 5 minutes since it was first sniffed at. And I believe they are going to get this. Yes, indeed they do. 10 to 8 read the kills for Team Dagnatas right now. To take a look at the graphs, it is 2,800 experience difference, 3,200 gold difference. They're looking very strong right now, are the members of the red side. Breastplate being built up by Deathwalker. That's going to go into a Mail of Renewal as well, giving himself 40% CDR, the maximum cap. He's going to have as much death sights, as much silences, as much hovering deaths as possible. Allows him to stay in the fight for much longer. If he gets that all-important kill, he will regen quite a lot of health, on top of the health that he gets from the executing of the target, as well as the death sight heal. So a lot of heal coming out of the Thanatos, but they could still lock him down. If he doesn't get a kill in the fight, he is just as squishy as he usually is. But Freya is online right now. It's got the Fatalis, shoots the match at Demonic Crib. She is ready to fight. She wants to fight, but is getting outpushed here by Squid, even though Squid's a level behind. And it's comes from the fact that he's got instant wave clear with that arrow shot. In mid lane tower, the impression here by Team Dagnatas is going to fight for. Blinking in right now as Randy level plays, finds the beats from Elixir, and they could potentially take the tower here. It certainly looks like it's going to fall. Indeed, it does. Down you go, Sunny. 4 members of Team Dagnatas in the mid lane. That leaves the right-hand side free for Salamander to push. And he's going to get the tier 1 tower in response. In the air goes Thanatos. He's looking for John Cena, who he knows is by himself. Battle Flame's been used there, and beautifully waited out there by Deathwalker. Finds a triple stun that's actually ending. Oh my god, there goes the Scarab's Blessing. Finds a revive, but it's not enough as soon kills feels John Cena. Deathwalker low on health already. Getting chased out here by D Freddy. It can't be enough as Squid finds Izun in the back line. D Freddy trying to find a lot of damage with that Frostbound Hammer. It's going to keep people locked in place. Going to go straight onto Kalas. We'll find the heal from the death side. Here comes Salamander with the cavalry charge. It can't save the life of Kalas as D Freddy finds the kill. 4 members of Team Dagnatas remain. They're going to look to pressure this tier 2 in the mid. They have the Aphrodite heal for the siege potential. Minions coming out from Elixir, looking for some wave clear. Salamander gonna get rooted out there, forced to use the dash to avoid the abduct from the Khepri. That did not come out. Mid lane tower does fall. That's the tier 2. 300 gold to each member of Team Dagdatas. And they've got what they came for. They are out of here. That seems strange that Squid hasn't built into the Soul Eater. Given that it's such a potent item right now, it gives him 300 health, gives him some lifesteal, gives him attack speed, and gives himself some physical protection as well as physical power on the aura. The reason he has to build it is he's facing a magical damaging opponent in that ADC role in terms of Freya. So that physical protection was not going to be useful. The health, whilst it can be, he values the extra lifesteal coming out from the AC passive and the extra attack speed to go ahead with his ultimate's passive. It's a good combination there. It means he's going to be auto-attacking very fast. Like stack speed is 1.65 in Axe stance. He gains an extra 15% from his bow stance from being a level 3 ultimate. Yeah, well, that Salamander in the solo is going to get engaged upon. It's going to have to use the cavalry charge for the CC immunity. That's a big win there for Team Dagdatas. The rotation coming out from Field John Cenaman there. No eyes on the other mid laner, Elixir. Could have been a rotation over to the dual lane, but no one was there to rotate to. Just Freya there, because Squid back to base. Finish up this Executioner. So 4 items online and will now be building into crit. Oh, sad to see Deathbringer get nerfed as well. Tier 1 in left are going to be ported into by Salamander. They may have an engage here. Aphrodite going to make her way back over to the solo lane, try and push that up as best as she can. No, she's going to actually rotate back into the mid lane. Feels that there is too much of a fight to be going on here, that she needs to be there to help shift the balance in her team's favor. Elixir going to get stunned. Elixir going to get engaged upon here in the air. But it's not going to be enough. It's going to get hit instantly. Team Freddy finds the kill, but he may fall for his life. But no, the Scarab's Blessing is there. They cannot kill him, otherwise he will get revived with a lot more health. More range of steel finds the kill onto D Freddy. Waited out perfectly there with the Scarab's Blessing. As now it's a 4v4. Snowbot is going to be the next point of contention. No, they're going to disengage the 4v4. And it goes in favor of Team Dagdatas, it seems, as they do have the heal from the Aphrodite. They need to shut that down right now, do Men of Aeron. They're looking to engage upon it. Azuna in the front line. That's not where you want to be as the Freya. Randall in place is going to get stunned out there. Look, stunned out right now is Kalas. He's going to get engaged upon right now. Kiss is good. Birds are even better. Back off, finds the kill onto the support of Men of Aeron. Azun going to get pulled by the abduct into the Valkyrie's discretion to get some CC immunity and some distance away. Shot over the wall, not going to find that much damage. Instead, Gold Fury could be hovered over here by Team Dagdatas. And indeed it is. Hovering Death is down. Valkyrie's discretion is down. They can't have much hope defending this Cantina. Now, it's going to find the Death Sun onto Randy level plays. But he doesn't care. He knows he can tank up the front line. It's going to actually miss the abduct on the Azun. Axe is also going to miss. Looking for quite a bit of huge return onto Squid there. Stunned out right there is Azun feels shot to him. He wants to kill. He can't find it. Getting dunked upon now is the members on the Gold Fury of Team Dagdatas. It's going to find a lot of damage. Not enough to kill Deathwalker. Eagles cavalry charge. Looking for a bit of damage. Eagles rally on top of Steve Freddy to try and stop the CC immunity. Men of Aeron find the Gold Fury steal. That's going to be work for them. They need to hightail it out of there as they're getting engaged upon heavily. Banish on Squid to get himself out of it. Salamander. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. You were too young for this world. Steve Freddy finds the kill onto him. Huge steal there for Men of Aeron. They needed that. And now if you take a look at the graphs, it isn't that much, but it could have been so much worse had Dagdatas found that Gold Fury instead. 5,000 experience difference, 4,000 gold difference as it gets increased by 500 gold. But even more, Squid just obliterates Elixir. Steve Freddy in the front line trying to protect his two members as best as he can, but it's not enough. 5 members there. More in the range of steel, fighting a bit of damage onto D Freddy, and Deathwalker fights him with the Death Scythe. Huge ultimate there by the support for Men of Aeron. Axe gonna miss. That's also going straight up in the air. He cannot find execute on before he feels John Cena man. Thanks to the heal from Aphrodite. He's gonna be landing it anyway. He misses the landing on somebody, and Deathwalker's gonna get stunned out there by the agony. Making a bit of damage. Does he find the Death Scythe? Looking for it. Leaping away is Dice Windmere. Well, it soon finds random level plays in a 1v1. Salamander going to use the curse to try and close some distance onto Sir Duckbot and feels John Cena man. There's not much coming out here as the good knock-up and root coming out there. Feels John Superman's going to get stunned out. Also going to get hit by the fire shots. Feels John Superman low in health, but not low enough. In fact, Callas, he's not having a lot of it. He wants to kill. He's going to dive the tower here. Fights with the Furious Roar, but it's not in. It's going to be worth it. Izoon finds Sir Dogbot. This is definitely worth it so far for the members of Men of Aeron. They want to turn their sights to Fire Giant. 2 members remain for Team Dagnatas. 5 members of Men of Aeron, and Izoon, he's already started up. Eagles Rally is available, but Ola, he's on half health. He cannot go in here, otherwise he will get obliterated. Blixum is also zoning duty for the Ola. Callas is also trying to zone effectively. D Freddy could use a Furious Roar. They may have to turn here on to the Bologna. Fire Giant sitting at 3,000 health. Going into the air is the Thanatos, looking to stun out the beads used by D Freddy. Eagles Rally straight down. Men of Aeron find the fire shot, but Deathwalker gets instantly erased by him for his transgressions. Huge 3-man forward Richard Seal. Callas finds the kill. Dank Squid is going to fall down as well. Rendezvous plays by himself. Tries to defend against Fire Giant men. And now backing off of Men of Aeron. They want to spend their gold. They want to go ahead and get as much items as possible, then back into the fight, get the towers, starting with that left-hand side. They need that tier 1 and tier 2 down, then that mid-tier 1. That would be the call, in my opinion. Have a look at the builds. Rendezvous plays quite far into this build. It's got the Mail of Renewal, Heartwater Serenity, and Traveler Shoes. It's finished the Windblade as well. Only needs 1 more item. 25 minutes into the game. He's almost finished this build. That's a very cheap build coming out for the support from Team Dagnatas. Conversely, Agni in the mid lane has only got 4 items online. And still has to build that Rod Hootie as one of them. As we do see, Salamander has finished up that Weakening Curse and the Pestilence, giving him a total of 85% healing reduction. But that's going to get countered by Heavenly Agility to get himself 25% extra healing. So that is 60%. 60% anti-healing there. Coming out from Men of Aeron if all the actives are used effectively. Look at this. Also Divine Ruin on the Nuar. That Fire Shout's ultimate will hit all 5 members, meaning they'll all be applied with the Divine Ruin passive for 8 seconds. Giving them 40% less healing. Which gives them a total of 100% anti-healing exactly, even with the Heaven Agility on top. Left side tier 1 does fall, and it's a 5v5 here right now. Men of Aeron certainly have the advantage. They've got the Fire Giant, they've got the Whirlwind of Rage's Steel available to them for the engage from Callas. Does he blink in? Does he find anything? He's blinking in now. How many does he find? He doesn't find any. He forces the beads off Squid. He's going to use the Sky Cutting Axe to get out of there. Minions are in there on the tower right now. The running level plays abducts into nobody, abducts into danger. 3-man knockup, 3-man root. Salamander's up there with the counter recharge, finding a stun. Who's Deathwalker going to land on? He's looking for the target. He's going to land on D-Freddy and execute him. That's a huge kill for the Men of Aeron. And now the heal from Quad is going to keep them alive and well in this fight. So they look to take down this tier 2. Aphrodite will already forced to Fieldstrode Cinnamon actually fights a kill into Izoon in the back. He's going to sacrifice himself for it unless he can get the support. Good use of the agents, but it's not enough. There's a huge stun there, and the Death Side finds a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Fieldstrode Cinnamon gets the revive thanks to the Scout's Blessing. And now pushing up right now, the Men of Aeron looking for the 4v4. And he finds the root there. Can Callas? No, he cannot. They're going to disengage right now, Men of Aeron. They want to go over to this mid lane. They want to find this tower. They got the minions from nowhere to help them push into this. Blake Abduct finds Callas. Can it be enough damage to kill him? No, it's not. He considers the support. He's going to leap out of the Sky Cutting Axe. Deathwalker's in the air. He's looking for Randy level plays. The Execute is still there. Fire Shot's there as well. He's actually going to miss the Execute Deathwalker. He's in a lot of trouble. Gets Eagles Rally on top of him. He's actually going to fall here. Whirlwind of Rage Shield trying to get him to 4-man ultimate there from the support from Men of Aeron. And Callas finds kill into Fields John Cena, and that allows Deathwalker to heal up thanks to that Mail of Renewal passive. And that's going to be the tier 2 for Men of Aeron once more. And they're going to look to push up into the Phoenix now. They don't care about the tier 2 left, right, or do they? Do they value getting the Phoenix more rather than that tier 2 for a better fight? Good stun there. Good zoning control there by the clay minions from Nuar, trying to allow the disengage more effectively for Men of Aeron as they retreat into the left side jungle and this Gold Fury. D-level plays, looking to try and go in here to try and stop this Gold Fury from being taken. You can't do it. Men of Aeron get a free Gold Fury and they're going to back. Fire Giant is down on them. It's down for another 22 seconds before it is back up and ready to be taken. I imagine that's where every single member of the map has to be going. Let's get the vision control over in the right-hand side. Especially important for Team Dagnatas. They lost a lot in those 5 minutes that Men of Aeron had the Fire Giant before. You see 3 males of renewal coming out from Men of Aeron. 1 on the Thanatos, 1 on the Guan Yu, and of course 1 on the Supportingtons of Kalas. Look at these finals are a best of 1 as stated in the rules. They're going to take the blue buff right now, Men of Aeron. They know that the Fire Giant is not being done. They need to get the vision control right now. Going to ward up. They're going to actually find 2 wards. No, they are not. It's just a regular old ward there underneath the Fire Giant. They need to have a sentry ward if they're going to look to do this soon. There's actually a ward over the wall right now by Team Dagnatas. They can port into... No, they actually can't. They have nobody with teleporter wards. Kalas gonna find a bit of engage here. Freddy looking to go deep here. Gonna take a lot of damage. Eagle's rally gonna be countered by the Valkyrie's aggression. Huge engagement. And there goes the cavalry charge as well. Looking for damage onto Freddy. He's gonna get a huge ultimate there as Zoom with the whirlwind of Rage Seal. Gonna find a kill onto Red Level Place thanks to the Furious Royal Deathwalker. Finds Freddy as well. Going also to John Cena, man. You know he's the target. They're going to find Sky Cutting Axe. He's not going to use the second part of it. Going to get stunned out is Kalas. Definitely going to use the Aegis instead. Elixir finds the kill. The Ultra Mana is going to fall. It's just Aphrodite and the Ola available to defend. I don't think they can hold. The minions are going to tag up this tower free, removing those backdoor protections. This Phoenix is going to fall quite quickly. So Nugmon, he is going to get engaged upon by 3 members, allowing the Nuwa and the Guan Yu to take down this Phoenix. They're going to get it for free. They're looking for the left-hand side one right now as well. Men of Aeron pushing into the base. They've got 5 minions spawning in the mid lane already. Deathwalker taking quite a bit of damage there. Going to get healed up from the Guan Yu to save his life. Taking 1 more tower shot there. It's not enough to take down the jungler for Men of Aeron. And now with 2 Phoenixes down, it's going to be hard for Team Dagnatas to get back into this. They need to find a deicide. They need to get the Fire Giant defended. That is the key. But they have to sacrifice a 4v. They have to sacrifice that back for a 4v5. The event that one of them has to be at the back defending the base. With 2 waves of 5 minions pushing in, just the minions themselves can take down the Titan. Even with an extra 500 HP from the tower on the right hand side.
Now you see me.
Full builds coming close to being finished from most of the members of Men of Aeron. Thanatos has to sell his Bombers Mask to find that final item. He's got the Brawler's Beatstick actually, reducing healing by 40% more for every basic attack. As Men of Aeron destroy the Fire Giant, there's going to be engaged here. Thanatos in the air, going to land on nobody. Here goes Noah in the air, trying to provide that Divine Rune of Passive. Salamander is there on the horse, looking for an engagement. He's not going to find it. The curse was too late. Dufresne is going to get taken out here by Deathwalker. And that's going to be a 4v5. John feels Josie is going to sacrifice himself. Deathwalker's finding the double kill. And they're going to push right now into the base. They don't need the left side tier 3, tier 2. And that they are actually going to go back and get it. Going to be a bit more safe. They can take their time here. Defriending feels John Cena, man. Over 30 seconds until they spawn. They can afford to get this final Phoenix, make it very easy to get this Titan. Cards going in. Engage forward, Erasure Steel finds 2 members. They're both going to get plugged in. Squid's going to leave over the walls, going to get tugged up by Deathwalker, who fights the Execute. So Deathbot and Red Devil plays the only 2 members alive. Red Devil plays going to be the next one to fall. Kalas fights kill with the Furious Roar. It's just Sir Duckbot by himself. I don't think he can defend against the low health Titan. 4,000 health, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, and that is going to be it. Men of Aeron are today's ECL Conquest Amateur Cup champions. Commiserations to Team Dagnatas, who do, of course, come second. That was a big game there. And there you see the power of the Xing 10. God, it doesn't really see any play in doesn't really see any play right now, simply because this is the first tournament he has been available to be played in. I imagine, though, that with the nerfs coming, it's going to be in a bit of a better spot, even if he's still going to be slightly overtuned. Meanwhile, in the third place matchup, it was between Golden Nuggets and Morco Yen Video Pelicarno, and it is going to go to Morco Yen Video Pelicarno, as they take the third place and 200 gems each, so congratulations to them. Of course, congratulations to men of everyone who do find the first place. That's going to do it for us here at the EGL. My name is Alpha Jackal. You can find me on Twitter at Alpha Jackal or on Twitch AJMB1995. I'd like to thank the production for putting on such a great show. All the teams for turning up and playing. Special congratulations to men of everyone, of course, for winning. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat for turning up as well. And we'll see you tomorrow for a Joust tournament. We'll see you then.